3, 2, 1.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is, welcome to the February 17th City Council meeting. I am Jim Nash. I am the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, we are operating under our new rules, and we will be doing things a little different than in previous years. We also will first convene the meeting, and we will also have the twist of having a public hearing before we take public comment. So with that in mind, I now call the council to order. And Laura, can you please take the roll call?
Sure. Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Gore.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. So, oh boy. So first up on our agenda here is we are having a public hearing concerning the Northampton Capital Improvements Program for fiscal year 2023 to 2027. I have reviewed that this hearing has been properly advertised in our local newspaper of record, where the hearing notice stated, in accordance with Article 7, Section 7.5 of the Charter, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 3rd, 2022 at 7 p.m. The City Council will consider the capital improvement program for FY 2023 to 2027 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Councilors, could I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to open the public meeting. Laura, can you take a roll call?
Sure. Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Gore.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Okay. That motion passed 9-0, and the public hearing is now open. We will proceed as follows. First, we will hear from the mayor and city staff about the fiscal year 2023 to 27 capital improvement program. And during the presentation, councilors will have a chance to ask clarifying questions. I want to remind councilors that while we are in the public hearing, that we can inquire, but we need to refrain from deliberating. Once the presentation is complete, we will open the floor for public input. Those providing comment are required to share their name and address. No time limit will be imposed on those providing comment, and all wishing to speak will be heard. For an effective meeting, I ask the following. If your position has already been stated, I ask that you share that you can concur with that individual or their point. Mayor, you now have the...
I'm sorry, I just want to, a quick process note.
Yes.
That for those who are used to public comment being first, under our new council rules, the public hearing is first. So there's a little bit of a change there from what many people might be used to.
Thank you, Counselor. I had that in my preamble and could not find it. So I appreciate that. Mayor, you now have the floor and you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good evening all. I am very proud to present my first capital improvement plan this evening for FY 2023 to FY 2027. The city charter requires the mayor every year to create a 5-year roadmap or plan of the potential capital needs of the city across all departments and schools, and to submit the capital improvement plan or program 120 days prior to the start of the new fiscal year. And the city council is then required to hold a public hearing and adopt the 5-year program by resolution. The goal of the program is to map out the next fiscal year's capital improvements and funding for them, and to be able to show a blueprint or beginning planning for how the city could fund the out years capital needs projects that the city intends to undertake, or it feels it needs to plan for in the next 5 years. It is a renewing plan, and each year it's updated and extended a year. There is a detailed narrative at the beginning of the plan. Since we have some new members, I would like to go over some of the definitions that govern that plan. I'm going to try and share my screen if that's okay, and see if I can make this all fit on one screen. Hold on one moment. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yep.
You're nodding at me. I can't see you.
Yes.
Okay. Is it super?
There you go.
Is this left column there?
Uh-huh.
It is, huh? Anyone know quickly how I get rid of it so that it doesn't take up precious room? Ooh, crickets.
Maybe this tab on this on the
Yeah.
no.
I know. I tried that before. It won't let me.
3 lines at the top, the 3
lines.
lines at the top left.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Councilor Gore. Awesome. Thank you. That's great. Okay, let me get this lined up over here. Thank you for that help. Okay, table of contents. And I know this is going to be super hard to read, but hopefully you all also have this in front of you. Okay, so there's, as I said, there's some definitions that I'd like to go over. A definition of capital improvements. Hold on, I'm trying to move you all somewhere where you're not blocking my view. Definition of capital improvements is capital improvements of physical public improvement involving a facility, parcel of land, or piece of major equipment with an estimated useful life of 5 or more years and a cost of $10,000 or more. Capital expenses include such things as buildings, new or additions, major renovations or improvements that extend the useful life of the building by at least 10 years, land acquisitions, including IT, hardware and software, vehicles, equipment, new construction or major improvements and repairs to infrastructure that must extend the life of it by at least 10 years, paving and feasibility studies or engineering design services for potential future capital improvements. And the process, hold on one sec, I can't. Yes, that's in the right spot. Okay, so the process it's a long process to get to this big document that you have before you. It begins late summer, early fall. So I didn't actually conduct the beginning of this process. Mayor Narkowitz and Finance Director Nardi did. And that process asked department heads to submit ranked requests to them. The Finance Director then meets with the ad hoc capital planning committee, which consists of a city council representative, which was me in the fall, a school committee representative, which was Dina Levy, and 3 mayoral appointees. One, I believe, are usually a member of the planning board, which this fall was Marissa Elkins, now Councilor Elkins, and also Megan Murphy-Wolf, who has long served on this committee. And I very much want to especially highlight Rob Osberg, who has served on this committee for 20 years, since 2002. And he had said, as he was serving this year, that this would be his last time doing this. So I'm incredibly grateful for that long service to the city, and was particularly grateful to be able to learn from him in his last year. It was very valuable for me to serve on the committee, especially with some of the longtime participants, and hear their deep historical knowledge directly, as well as get their advice and hear the direction that they have been encouraging our practices to go in and the positive steps that they see. So department heads that, so the committee meets, and then department heads are, and those that are responsible for maintaining capital investments present their projects to the committee, and then answer questions from the committee. So those in-depth conversations that I was able to be a part of are reflected in many of the final decisions that I made. So the mayor and the finance director work to put together the funding of the projects based on the program submissions from the departments, the recommendations of the committee, and the availability of funding. This sometimes, as it did this year, includes going back to the department heads to see what projects are critical this year and what others could be pushed off. You may have noticed that some projects were submitted for 1 year, but due to funding may have been pushed to the following year. This was always done in consultation with those department heads to make sure that that was something that they that would be okay, and that they felt they could wait for those a following year. In addition to making financial decisions, I also made decisions based on working towards our goals for municipal carbon neutrality. This year, the focus was really on making sure that the vehicles and the processes were directed towards reducing the city's carbon footprint as we make improvements and replacements. And I'm quite proud of the leaps that this plan makes towards those goals. Moving on, there's some guidelines that are in here. The guidelines and policies that the city follows to build and fund the program, including any bonding, are outlined here. And as part of the plan, administrators go through the city's funding systems and policies, ensure that any debt taken on is sustainable and that spending conforms to best practices as set by the Department of Revenue and outside bonding agencies. The funding sources are outlined in the plan. Some should be familiar from the joint meeting that we had about a month ago. A small part of the program is funded as part of the budget through cash capital, which is considered a best practice. For most of the program, the city primarily relies on one-time funding sources, such as the undesignated fund balance or free cash, capital stabilization, parking receipts, which fund capital projects for the parking system. Other funding sources you'll see represented in Appendix B, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And in the orders are revolving funds, reprogrammed funds, so funds remaining from other projects, grant or gift funding, or state funding such as Chapter 90 for road work, sale of lands funds, and bonding or borrowing. A source of funding for capital projects for the city's water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater and flood control systems are those systems enterprise funds. Director Lascalia spoke to you about these on Monday, is also available this evening to talk about them. Another source of capital funding that you actually won't see as part of the program, but I think is important to recognize, is the funds that the council authorizes for CPA funds. So CPA funds have been used for improvements for Forbes Library, renovations on city buildings, and acquisition and development of recreational fields. And departments are often encouraged to go to the CPC with potential projects, and then the council is the body that then makes the decision on whether those get funded. A new temporary source of capital funding that's appearing here for the first time are ARPA funds. The city of Northampton will receive ARPA funds distributed over 2 years. As you know, the funds are available for use under 4 broad categories: respond to public health emergency, provide premium pay, replace lost revenue, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. All funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and expended by December 31st, 2026. It may not seem like it, but that's actually a pretty tight time frame for really big projects. We'll be having more ARPA conversations, but for this capital plan, I propose using $1,090,656 of the lost revenue and $3.1 million for water and stormwater infrastructure projects. Lost revenue can be used for any general government one-time expense. In FY22, the city became aware that the existing fire rescue ladder truck is unreliable. And we now need to rely on mutual aid from other communities to provide a ladder at fire calls. The city council authorized borrowing in September 2021, so not that long ago, for this ladder truck. With the acceptance of ARPA lost revenue, the city can use this resource for that unanticipated cost of the fire rescue truck, the fire rescue ladder truck, in FY 2023 in order to reduce the pressure on the debt service or on the debt schedule and save significant interest costs. So we are estimating that if we use this lost revenue, we will save $149,000 in interest on that ladder truck. The capital program this year consists of projects totaling $90,946,714 spread out over 5 years, with projects across city departments plus the 2 school districts. The projects for sorry, I'm trying to get us to the place in here, not keeping up with my different scrolling. Hold on. ARPA we just talked about, okay. The projects for the next fiscal year, FY 23, total $15,451,136. We have worked very hard to bring this plan to you as soon as humanly possible. And I really want to take a moment to appreciate the finance director, Charlene Nardi. Charlene and I have been working long days and weekends to get this, my first capital improvement plan to you as early as we possibly could. We got it to you 2 weeks earlier than the deadline. I also very much want to thank Court Klein, who does amazing work to bring all of these components together into this giant document, and Alan Wolf, Annie Lesko, and Abby Stone for all of their work on it. It is a big team effort to pull this together. We all worked so hard to get this to you as early as we could because of what we're hearing from departments, and I'm sure what we're all feeling in our lives regarding supply chain, materials, and energy cost increases. I think that, the council has now heard this directly from Chief Davin and from Director LaStalia. Some of the things that I've been hearing, and you've heard some of them too, is that from the DPW, fuel is up 55% from this time last year. There's a 26-week lead time on the iron needed for the pipes that we use. Fire rescue, vendors are telling the mechanic there that he should plan on a 10 to 20% increase on all equipment, and that every week that they wait to order the hose that is needed, you should add 5% on the cost of that hose. And we are certainly seeing this in terms of vehicles, both in wait times and price increases, and not just for specialized vehicles, but for all. And you actually have another item on the agenda this evening for a central services vehicle, which has needed additional appropriations because of rising costs. Okay, so moving on to Appendix A. Appendix A is a chart listing all the projects by department, which of the 5 years we are proposing the funding for the project, with each year getting a different colored column and the dollar amounts. Hold on, I'm just trying to grab the screen and see what you all can see. Oh, you can't see all of that. Hold on, let me spread that out. Now you can, yes? Okay. These charts go long, so they're a different size than the other pages. So you'll see that there are many projects. Oh wait, but now it's scrolled this way. Okay, you'll see that there are many projects under central services for other departments, especially for the Northampton Public Schools. As those are for building improvements, so they fall under central services. This is the same sort of situation. These are the ones for the city, for parking. Same situation, although less projects for IT, because as we've sort of talked about recently, IT handles IT for all departments. So it's under IT, but it's for different departments. Now, Appendix B, let's scroll down to it. Appendix B shows is organized by year. So that's this year and then the following year. So it's organized by year using the same colors assigned per year. So FY23 is green, and it shows the funding source for each project, and then the total at the end. For the 2 school districts, this plan includes $10,116,800 invested in capital projects. This includes energy management and improvement projects at each of the 6 Northampton public schools, and quite desperately needed window replacement and ventilation work at Smith Folk and Agricultural High School. The funding asked for this year for the net zero greenhouse gas planning and evaluation for the high school, JFK and Ryan Road schools will complete the net zero study of all the buildings. The 7 city facilities reports were completed, and net zero studies of 3 schools are currently underway. And so this funding is for the last 3 school buildings. The school energy study should be completed this summer, and going forward, we will see more comprehensive energy projects. Another project I would like, if I can, let me find where it is. Here it is, under IT. Another project I'd like to highlight here comes from the generous gift that Smith College gave the city in December of $500,000 over 3 years. The first year is providing significant funding. So this is the 21st Century Classroom Technology Project. And it's, I know this is super tiny. You'll see if down over here, you'll see that this funding from Smith under the funds. So this year provides significant funding of $167,667 to this 21st Century Classroom Technology Project, and which modernizes classroom equipment, providing interactive digital teaching and learning solutions for each school. It has been a practice of the city to often use gifts from Smith to further our own educational goals in the Northampton Public Schools. And I am very pleased to be able to apply this gift for this project for our schools. And I'm quite thankful and grateful to my alma mater for that gift. A couple of changes that I want to note that you may notice are different in the orders from what are on here. Under central services parking, this Bobcat skid steer was planned to use reprogrammed funds, but instead we're using parking reserves. The other is the Ryan Road hot water heater. The plan indicates $50,000 was going to come from reprogrammed funds, but it has been changed to free cash for the funding. I also want to point out something that Councillor Jarrett brought to my attention that I would like to explain, which is that the plan has $50,000 for the next 5 years for traffic calming. So that is up here. And so it has $50,000, $25,000 appears in the free cash order that's on your agenda this evening. The other $25,000 actually comes from cash capital. So that's why it's not in the financial orders this evening. Cash capital can't be appropriated until the start of the next fiscal year, so July 1. So that's why this has been split in two, and why it is a full $50,000 that we are proposing for the plan, but you're seeing $25,000 on the orders tonight. Thank you, Councillor Jarrett, for asking about that. As I was just saying about traffic calming, we have increased the traffic calming and sidewalk budgets each by $25,000 this year. So traffic, as I just said, this is now $50,000. And we are doing that because we've heard it's a priority of the council. So we thank you for that advocacy. It's also a priority of mine. And we're also continuing to invest in road repair and maintenance. So those are just some things that I wanted to note about that. As I said before, I made decisions to work towards our goals for municipal carbon neutrality. This year, that focus was making sure that vehicles and the processes that we're directing towards reduce the city's carbon footprint as we make improvements and replacements. The Capital Improvement Program Committee has been recommending that vehicles that are necessary for the operations of a department be viewed as operating expenses and in the general fund budget. And I would like to be able to get departments on a reasonable fleet maintenance schedule to be able to do that. But I've also made a commitment that when an energy efficient or fossil fuel free option is available, that we will purchase that, which comes at a higher cost. You'll see I have added along the lines of vehicles, you'll see I've added a Department of Community Care vehicle. And vehicles for that department may be able to be added to the operating budget, the OM in the budget. And again, we would like to move vehicles towards OM for regular fleet maintenance. But for Department of Community Care, I wanted to make sure that we had funds appropriated for vehicles. So I wanted to add one in here to the capital improvement plan. It's a very sort of to be decided vehicle as we are still building out and figuring out what that department needs. But I wanted to certainly at least have a placeholder and some funds in this plan for that. Along the lines of greening our fleets, I'm really hopeful that there will be state and federal assistance for greening fleets that will help. Senator Warren has been speaking very encouragingly about assistance for electric buses and other vehicles. But the actual vehicles aren't really yet available for purchase with the current supply chain. For example, a bus was requested for FY20, for FY23, I believe, that would be gas powered, but I have pushed that out a couple years to buy time for an electric option. I would also like to move towards a more comprehensive study of all of our city vehicles and how they're used and what features or space are needed in them. And if there are shared use possibilities. You see here at least one instance where there's a vehicle from a department is being passed to another department that needs a vehicle, but needs one that has a lighter use. So we're able to transfer one of the parking enforcement vehicles to the health department for one of their needs. Still sort of a little bit more on vehicles, I would, I agree with the committee that we need to look at purchasing across the board. But obviously the timeline in the charter that necessitates that the capital improvement requests and the work of the committee happening in the fall, this was not possible for this capital improvement program. So right now we're looking at needed vehicles that are necessary for operations and that have been carefully reviewed by Chris Mason, our energy officer, to find the most energy efficient vehicle available that serves the need of that department. And then moving on, so these are all the other years in Appendix B. And moving on to Appendix C. Appendix C I'm not going to scroll through all of them. These are the submissions from each department head, which detail their projects. So again, these were submitted in the fall. And I just want to note that the third page of the submission refers to energy and climate change questions that were a new addition this year to the form and the questions that are asked of the department heads for their projects. So it was inserted a bit late in the process with not a whole lot of guidance to the department heads. So we hope to implement that much more fully in the coming years and give them more guidance and have those responses on there be a bit more robust. So that's sort of a general overview of so again, these are, if you scroll through, these are just each of the projects one by one. I'm not going to go through them. I will stop sharing. And again, that's a general overview. And so Director Nardi is here, Director Lascali is here. I believe Chief Casper is also here. So if there are specific questions that you have for them, we would be happy to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilors, any clarifying questions about is CIP that was just presented to us. I'm not seeing any hands. Counselor Gore.
How did you make a determination about, well, I just want to say that I appreciate the energy and climate change questions that you had for each department. That was really good. And I wanted to know, how do you make the decision if you're going to use free cash for spending, or if you're going to use general fund operating budget, or the different things, like the different budgets, the different things, which one, how do you decide what's what? Like, for instance, you were going to use free cash for the police vehicles, and I wanted to know why you decided to use free cash instead of the general operating fund.
Great question. I saw Finance Director Nardi turn her camera on. I'd love to have her kind of talk about how she sort of fits this all together. It's a bit of a puzzle, honestly. Oh, I'm sorry. So Director Nardi cannot unmute.
Oh dear. Okay, let me go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Gore, for that question. So it's really, there's no scientific, reasoning of why we use one versus the other. It's basically, I look at the different pots of money and how much we have, and then I try to fit in. So for like cash capital, we were trying to keep it in with, I think it's $446,000. So I just kind of move everything around to keep it within the buckets that we said. So for free cash, our past practice has always been using a third of our free cash that's certified for the capital plan. So that's just over about $2.1 million this year. So I just took all the, really, it's basically a puzzle of fitting in the costs of all the projects in the different columns. So there hasn't been, or at least I was not aware of any other reason for choosing things. However, this year when I was talking with Mayor Shera, we talked about we should start thinking about how things are funded. So like cash capital doesn't get voted until later in the year or in July. So we were talking about maybe we need to start thinking about when projects really need to get up and running. So then we need to start thinking more about where the funding comes from. But for this plan, there really was no other thought except for how I'm fitting in the budget, how I'm fitting in the different buckets of money and staying within the parameters that I needed to stay.
Thank you.
Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Shera, for the overview, and especially I was going to ask about electric vehicles and when you're deciding which electric vehicles. So thanks for that. I did have a question about the energy systems in general. I noticed we're replacing a boiler in the municipal building in fiscal year 23. What about the move to carbon neutrality with that? And if you could speak to, when, as I know that sometimes we'll have to replace when the boiler is failing and there's no alternate technology, we have to replace it with a fossil fuel system. But I know we also have a plan further along to make sure most everything is fossil fuel free. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, I had the same questions. And Charlene can tell you, I went back, we went back many times and with lots of questions along those lines. So some of these are kind of placeholders. So for example, this is not the one you're talking about, but the Bridge Street, there's a boiler that's on this, I think in the last year of this plan. And I was like, why do we have this on here when we have all of these other projects here that are moving us away from that, that way of heating that building? And the answer was that this, they just really feel like they need to plan for that in case something goes wrong, right? So in case we don't reach it in time, and particularly around a school building where a failure would be incredibly hard to deal with when you have, a building filled with students. So they try and sort of build things in here as sort of contingencies in case things fail ahead of time. And now the one for the municipal building, we do have an answer on, and I'm trying to find it. Charlene, feel free to jump in. It's a little bit of a complicated, it's because of that, how that building is heated. So, so I had asked them, why aren't we doing ERV for like we're doing for the schools for the municipal building? And the answer is that the existing hot water boiler in the municipal building is quite old and it's been having issues. The heat pump ERV combination is a good fit for school classrooms because of the way they're heated, but a high efficiency circulating hot water condensing boiler is the best fit for the existing hot water radiation infrastructure at the municipal building. So that would be the best, most efficient option that would work with the infrastructure of that building is sort of the answer.
Right, great. And then my last question is sort of more general. This is a capital improvement program, which is a plan. How much are we required to follow it in any given year? I mean, we can update it every year, but is it just a recommendation, or is there actually a legal requirement that okay, we can only expend this much in this category?
Director Nardi? Oh, so can someone make Director Nardi a co-host so that she can unmute at will?
Yes.
Thank you. There you go.
Well, thank you. So no, there's no legal requirement. It's just, so the way we do our planning over the years, so for like cash capital or for debt, we've been planning for several years and we try to stay within those parameters so that the ones that we've been planning on, so we have, our finances stay stable. So with cash, free cash, no, you could spend more than that. We certainly could change that, but we do have policies that we try to adhere to. And one of the things, that we spoke of, and we just had a meeting with a bond rating call with Standard & Poor's. And one of the things that they highlighted is they really are appreciative that Northampton has policies and they adhere to them, which really is what keeps us at our AAA bond rating. And they made that very clear in the call that we had this week. So there's no legal requirement, but there are best practices and our policies highlight those, and we want to do our very best to adhere to those.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
I don't know.
Councillor Maori.
I think you can see me.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for the presentation. I'm glad I have my hard copy too. I'm always the hard copy. So I just want to, I know there's a lot of community interest in the police department fleet. So I just wanted to understand, especially with changes that happened 2 years ago, with the vehicles, like, are these replacement vehicles? How many are new? Is that the going price of a hybrid vehicle for police? Seems high, but I don't have a hybrid vehicle myself, so I don't know the pricing. Yeah, just a little bit overview on the fleet would be great.
Sure. So, as you know, vehicles have not been funded for the last 2 years. They weren't funded in 2021, and then also they weren't last year. So now we're at a place of really significant deferred maintenance of that fleet. And, I feel like the severity of it has really necessitated making them a capital expenditure. So instead of having some vehicles that are sort of nearing the end of their safe operable lives, there are now 4 vehicles that are completely inoperable and have been decommissioned. And there are 2 others that need replacing that are over 10 years old and have very high miles on them. And the maintenance costs for those vehicles that need replacing are in the thousands of dollars for each vehicle. So I see Chief Casper. So she probably can't unmute.
Oh,
Can,
Are those all gas powered, the ones that were?
so the
being
ones that are being
decommissioned, or-
replaced,
Yeah,
yes, so these hybrids are all replacing fully gas powered vehicles.
and yeah, are these prices due to the pandemic, or is this the going rate for a hybrid police cruiser, 72,000?
I believe it's the going rate, but Chief Casper, do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Yep. Thank you for the conversation about this and the questions. It does look like a high price when you look at the price, but of course, a police car, like if you buy a car, it will look like a regular family car, whatever you're going to buy, even if you buy a Ford Explorer, like what these are. But you're not going to put in it, blue lights and the equipment box and all the equipment that we put into it, which is actually pretty substantial. If you look in a police cruiser, like, there's the plexiglass divider in the back, there's the storage for equipment in the back, there's quite a bit that comes with it. So that's what makes the price higher, as well as the radios, right? Everything that you see on a police vehicle, even the decals, has to be ordered, and it increases the price of the vehicle.
And then being a hybrid one also adds to that cost.
Of course, yep. The difference between the fuel and hybrid is just about $2,000 to $3,000.
Right. Okay. And so we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 new vehicles in FY 2023, and then you're planning on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more the next year. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Thank
I talked about the 4 that are inoperable now. So, the ones that are coming right behind it in terms of age and mileage and maintenance costs, we'll get there very quickly because there have not been any purchases in 2 years.
Right. And I'm curious, is there EV charging at the police station now? So that's
No.
going to have to be, don't you think that needs to be? Anyway.
So these are hybrids. I'm not sure that they're plug-in hybrids.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure that these are plug-in, but
Okay.
if they were, and that's, I think I may have said this already, but every year we will go and check whatever are the most efficient options that exist. So if there is an option that's plug-in, or if there's an all-electric option that will work and fit the needs, then we will equip whichever department and whichever spaces they have for these vehicles with, whatever stations they need. Charging stations, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I see Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I have the same questions about the hybrid cars. If you look on page 20, it states 4 hybrids and then an unmarked Ford at 55,855. Then if you go on to page 279, there is another one that's added on here, the Ford Ranger with insert ACO vehicle. Okay, but that is not included on page 20. Why would that not be?
On page, hold on.
If you look at that, Mayor,
I'm trying to find page 20 on here.
it says on page 20, Police
Oh,
Department,
17.
4 hybrids, then on unmarked Ford, then on page,
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you in appendix? Are you in appendix B?
I'm on the fiscal year 2024 capital improvements program.
Right. So you're looking at a different year. You're looking at the next year.
Okay, no, I'm looking at your recommendation,
Yes.
okay? So,
For FY 24.
okay, so then with page 279 for 2023 is 6, correct?
Correct. Right. So you're looking at 2 different years, which have 2 different, so FY23, the year that we're talking about now, which orders are coming forward for now, has 6. So that's 4 cruisers,
Yeah.
the utility
Four.
and an animal control officer vehicle.
Right,
But
4
then-
hybrids and 1 are unmarked in the
Right.
animal control.
Right. So, and then FY24, which is not being funded this year, I would bring this again next year, is 5 vehicles.
Okay, because I've had some residents talking with me about, but I understand what happened here for 2 years. And at that point, even 2 years ago, because of the COVID, the cars were an absolute necessity. But because of that COVID and people losing their jobs and businesses going under, it was just a bad time of giving that kind of money. But some people are telling me now, Mayor and the chief, on the 5-year plan, why doesn't she think about doing like maybe 3 cars the first year, then go 1 or whatever? There's quite a bit of concerns here about this, of this tremendous amount of money going out in 1 year. Maybe it's something to think about here, but I've even had some former retired police officers talking to me just recently, and they agree about this plan here, that why isn't a shorter amount of money being taken out just in case that money would be needed. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay. Right. So, as I was just sort of laying out, there are 4 vehicles that don't function at all. Like they don't start, they don't work. They've been decommissioned.
I understand
So
that.
those are 4 that have to be replaced. Then there are 2 others that are very much nearing the end of their lives. So since there have been no vehicles purchased
Yeah.
for the last 2 years, we're finding ourselves in this situation where we need to purchase a larger number of vehicles. We have a police department, and like all departments, we need to give them the resources that they need to operate, and vehicles are absolutely core to the functioning of that department. So this is, the severity of the situation is necessitating this amount of vehicles.
Right, and I think people understand that, Mayor, but I'm bringing it to your attention, and Chief Jody Casper, people are saying they do understand what happened 2 years ago, is looking at in the police department, whatever, of not looking at going after so much money in the first year, to be careful just in case that money needs to be taken. That's it.
Okay, so, the practice had been to buy a certain, 2, 4, 5 vehicles at most, but more like 2 or 3 vehicles a year to maintain the fleet. And by not funding that for the last 2 years, now there are more in this plan. But that had been sort of the regular maintenance schedule to keep this fleet in its operating maintenance.
Right, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
I appreciate it.
And concerns from people about this 5-year plan in this department and other departments. And they just felt that they understand, I told you about the COVID and the dire need of things of changing. And I don't have a problem with this right now. I have a problem of hearing from the taxpayers, of looking at the plan here, of decreasing, working out something so much money is not being taken out all at once. That's
For capital improvements in general?
yes, the capital improvement part, when like she has a 5-year plan, just like everybody else in the department.
Okay, so for the police, the capital improvements for the police department in particular, you're not talking about the plan globally,
Oh, no,
you're talking specifically.
right.
Okay,
But they do understand the circumstances. I want you to understand that, Mayor.
thank you, I'm glad.
Thank you.
Thanks for telling me.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? All right, well, Mayor, I want to thank you for this presentation and all of the hard work that went into pulling this together. it looks like Mayor Narkowitz created it. And I know you know that's a compliment, and that it's well organized and very thoughtful. I do have a question for Chief Casper, that in terms of the lifetime of a typical cruiser is around 3 to 4 years. Isn't that correct? You know, a cruiser that's well used within a year could rack up 30,000 miles. Is that right?
I don't think the chief can unmute.
Oh. Oh, I might have just muted her again. So I'm sorry, Chief.
Hello, Counselor, I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. So you're asking about the average kind of life expectancy of our vehicles?
Yes, so over 2 years, I imagine that the fleet has moved into being ready to replace rather than being, brand new and under 50,000 miles.
Yep, indeed. On the old rotation method that we used to have, we would essentially purchase new cruisers, a smaller amount, and then get them into our primary line fleet so that we had kind of staggered mileages on our primary line fleet. So we have a primary fleet, which is like marked vehicles that you typically see driving around every day. And then when we replace a vehicle in there, we move that vehicle that's like usually higher mileage into what we would call a secondary fleet. The secondary fleet provides support. So say, for instance, one of our vehicle goes down. You all may recall when Officer Knowlton was struck by a drunk driver last year, that vehicle was out of commission, obviously totaled, and it took us about 10 months to replace it. So when we have to be prepared for when a vehicle is out of commission, that's just an example. So that's something that the secondary fleet would do. Also, when we have large events in the community, hot chocolate runs or the fair or whatever else, that's what we're using our secondary fleet for. Also construction projects where you sometimes see a cruiser at the side of the road. That's usually a very old cruiser that we're using for that. So the secondary fleet, I don't want anyone to think of it as unnecessary because it plays a very important role to support that main fleet. It's not uncommon for some of our cruisers to be down for a couple of days for repair or routine maintenance, and that secondary fleet is what we use to do that. So on the primary fleet right now, we have one anomaly, and that's the new cruiser we were able to purchase with insurance money after Officer Knowlton was struck. Without that one anomaly, the average mileage on our primary fleet is 65,000 miles. Even with the replacement cruiser that we got, we are around 57,000 miles as of today. So we put on an average in a year on our primary fleet of about 35,000 miles per year. So we put a lot of mileage on our cars. Obviously, they're driven 24 hours a day by different drivers. It's not an easy life for our primary fleet. They're in all weather and, different hard use on our vehicles. So in short order, this is March right now, the average, even with the newer cruiser, is 57,000. So we will be in a year from now, almost 100,000 miles for the majority of our fleet. Many will be over because obviously that was an average, but our fleet is getting it's in pretty tough shape right now. So these cruisers, when we get them, we hope will add into our primary fleet. We'll move the ones with higher mileage into our secondary fleet. And then the ones that the mayor pointed out are rusting. I understand some of you were up at the DPW. You may have seen a cruiser up there. That's one of our inoperable cruisers. We have a few others that don't start and don't run, and the repair costs would be quite a bit. So that's kind of how we do our operation with our fleet.
Thank you, Chief. And one other follow-up. So ideally, we're replacing these cruisers after 100,000 miles and roughly, so what you're saying is that typically the newer vehicles will start to age out, they get their mileage, and then they go into the secondary fleet where we're actually able to hang on to them for a longer period of time to increase their usefulness. Mm-hmm. But we need to replenish that primary fleet.
Right. The ones in the secondary fleet are less reliable. They don't always start. We have jump boxes right inside the employee entrance door, and I frequently see officers out jumping vehicles. We have a vehicle right now. We just replaced the battery a month ago. It won't start. So this is our secondary fleet you never know what you're going to get when you turn the ignition in a secondary fleet vehicle. Some of them are okay and they start and some don't. So there's not a magic number. I wish I could give you one and say, yes, when they hit, 100,000, then we're all done with it. Because sometimes we have to get rid of them when they have lower mileage, just because they have significant repair needs and maintenance needs, and they don't run anymore. So it's a combination of many things when we evaluate which cruisers will go next, which ones we'll get rid of at auction.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. All right, Councilor Maori.
Right. When I asked about the EV chargers, I meant to ask the mayor also, so when you look at all, any of these vehicles in any department, are they looking for all electric, primarily? And then I know that all electric is not available for all types of vehicles. So I was just curious about the decision of electric, hybrid, and looking towards the future.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Yes, the goal is always to get all electric if possible. Some vehicles, so that's not, some of these vehicles, there's just not an electric that exists yet. There's some vehicles, for example, I think that building inspection vehicles, they are sticking with a hybrid for right now because they have a 24/7 response on things. And so their concern on some of them is that if they were to get into a situation where they couldn't charge and they would be stuck somewhere. But generally, what I've directed is that if there's an all electric option that fits the function, that is what we purchase.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Any more questions, councilors? Okay, we will now move to the public inputs portion of the public hearing. All right, let me see if I can pull up the right preamble here. As you all know, it's actually March 3rd, not February 3rd, as I read at the start. So those providing comment are required to share their name and address. No time limit will be imposed on those providing comment, and all wishing to speak will be heard. For an effective meeting, I ask the following: if your position has already been stated, ask that you share that you concur with a previous individual or point. I also, want to say that this is a public meeting, and that you have the right to share what you want to share, and that we ask that you wield your free speech right with consideration for everybody, and that and so with that, I will open the floor. I see raised hands here. I see a Diego, and Diego,
hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's Diego. I live on North Street in Northampton, and I grew up. This is about the kennel, the proposed kennel. I grew up next to the Moose Lodge in Pines Edge, and in the second unit. And in regards to the sound test that was done, I'm not sure how well that was set up, because from my experience living in the second building, not even the closest unit, you can definitely hear dogs barking down at the Moose Lodge whenever they bark. I'm against the kennel. I think the city should show us a cost analysis. I think the city should compare.
Diego?
Yep.
I'm going to interrupt you, because at this time, this is comment on the public hearing. So it's on the capital improvement plan that was just presented. And so we will have public comment following the public hearing here. And And I'm hoping you had a chance to feel like you had an opportunity to say what you needed to say there, but this part of the meeting will be for comment on the capital improvement plan.
Got it. I thought it was general comment.
I'm sorry. You're welcome to stay around.
All right.
Okay. I see Kimberly Gerald next, and I suspect she wants to speak about. Yeah. Oh, all right. Next up is Nan.
I'm here about the kennel as well.
Okay. Let's see. We have. How about Joshua?
Hi there. My name is Joshua Yearsley. I live at 292.5 South Street in Northampton. So I'd like to put in my strong support for the funding in the capital improvement program to upgrade air ventilation systems in various public buildings. Reason being that some of these upgrades will help to prevent airborne illnesses and other diseases caused by air pollution. But as part of these upgrades, I would encourage the council to also explore air quality monitoring, especially in schools. With monitoring, you can ensure that the ventilation upgrades will work as intended, and people can rest easy knowing that they're breathing clean air in public buildings. But without pairing monitoring with these upgrades, you're basically just guessing. For an excellent example of air quality monitoring, you can look to the Boston public school system. They recently installed thousands of monitors across their entire school system to ensure that their students are breathing safe, clean air. Even better, these dashboards are public. You can go on their website right now and see real-time data on all of their schools, many rooms in all of their schools. So it's high quality, real-time data about air quality, which in the wake of COVID, we understand just how important indoor air quality is. So we now have both an opportunity and the political will to really improve our community's health by not only improving these ventilation systems, but also making sure that they're actually working and that people in those buildings are breathing clean air. So thank you for listening and for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Joshua. All right, next up is Benjamin Spencer. Benjamin, are you here for the kennel?
I am here for the kennel as well. So do we just keep our hand up or?
Yeah, you feel free and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next up is George Kohout. Welcome, George.
Good evening, everyone. George Kohout, 234 State Street, Northampton. Thanks, everyone, for your work tonight. It looks like you're in for a long evening. I was fortunate to be able to be part of the CIP planning process back in 2005, 2006. So I know what a lot of work goes into it. Congratulations to the mayor on her first one. My brief comments tonight are related to the DPW's CIP requests in the general category, specifically the items related to pavement markings, sidewalks, and traffic calming. I believe I speak for a growing segment of Northampton residents who support a reordering of the city's fiscal priorities that support pedestrians, bus users, bicyclists, and other non-vehicle users, rather than our traditional car-focused road and parking networks. We, this group of residents, support the DPW's expenditures across this 5-year CIP plan and pavement markings and sidewalk improvements and traffic calming measures. But it would serve us in the city council well to know how much these itemized allocations will buy in comparison to much larger car-centric categories like the street resurfacing and road improvements, for example. For example, can the city and the DPW shift or add resources to focus on the backlog of sidewalk repairs? Could we possibly shift or add resources to the DPW CIP until we've added traffic calming in all of the places that warrant it in the city, rather than steadily prioritizing streets and parking that doesn't encourage non-vehicle transportation modes? Beyond gradually making our city streets safer for pedestrians and bicyclists and transit users, this shift in city allocations would also support our city's urgent need to reach our carbon goals, our carbon neutral goals for 2030 and 2050. So again, I'm here to support the DPW's work in these traffic-related areas, but would really like to see our city council and the DPW try to reallocate some of the funds to more non-vehicle types of things. And if we can kind of look at that over the years and see how we're doing with improved sidewalks, improved markings, improved bike lanes, improved transit options, it would be great for our city. So thank you very much, and for all your work on the CIP and the other work you're doing tonight.
Thank you, George. Next up is Dan Kennedy.
All right. Hi, everybody.
Welcome, Dan.
I actually didn't know that, I didn't understand the process here, so I thought that there was just a 2-minute regular comment. I didn't know there was unlimited time. So good news, I planned for 2 minutes and it'll be pretty quick. As we approach the anniversaries of the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and many others, and the anniversaries of mass protests across the country and here in Northampton, and a year on from the submission of the Northampton Policing Review Commission's report, I've spent a lot of time reflecting, especially around the promise and potential for action and change. During my time on the Policing Review Commission, we heard in dozens of meetings at 73, I believe, in 6 months, and it actually might even be more than that. I started to lose track towards the end of it. But we had hundreds of hours of public meetings and hundreds more reading papers, understanding what other cities have done, speaking with researchers engaged in public safety, social work, policing, criminology, engaging with national and international activists and bringing them into the conversation in Northampton. And we had organizations local to Northampton as well. We listened and we learned that the problem is not an individual officer or even an individual department, it is systemic. Maintaining the current system contributes to systemic oppression of many groups of people. And the report we provided to the city, in there were 2 values that were consistent and needed to be addressed: the need to reimagine public safety and the need to reduce the footprint of policing in Northampton. During my time on the commission, I met with a ton of folks who had varying ideas of what we should actually do and what this moment meant, especially for the most marginalized people and during a global pandemic, which is hopefully on the way out, but still continuing. And we also dealt with all those painful moments, including people revealing very personal stories, people privately reaching out to us because they were afraid and they were intimidated by speaking out against the police in Northampton. And we even had a public working meeting with members of local social and mental health groups that was disrupted with racist and transphobic comments directed at commissioners and those employees who were working hard. So I know how hard it can be to balance all of these things. But what concerns me is that during the last meeting for the city council, I heard that inboxes, quote, had been littered by emails, unquote, from residents, people who are spending their time, their money in the city, people that have ties to and care about Northampton deeply. And I ask you now, is that litter or is that public engagement? I heard that public comment isn't reflective of Northampton, and I'd like to ask, when has it ever been? People come to speak about the issues that move them, that impact them and their loved ones and shape their daily lives. At the last meeting, we heard from people from a single neighborhood about a planned dog kennel, and I sincerely hope that they won't be dismissed because they're not reflective of all of Northampton. And I hope you won't discount anyone else for that, including myself. I'm here because I believe in the potential of Northampton, the advocates, activists, social workers, care providers, residents, and visitors that were working with us are still here 2 years on, spending countless hours researching new intervention methods, new approaches to safety, ways to meet community needs, and trying to engage with the city across multiple avenues. And while we have the beginning of a Department of Community Care, as I reflect, I'm asking, is that enough? Is that the extent of our work? And is that what you, as a city entity, consider enough? The next few months are going to be busy as we continue to navigate as a community through what reimagined public safety is. We need to be mindful of every budget request, every policy that those budget requests represent, and ask, is this public safety reimagined? Is this reducing the footprint of policing? And if it's not, in this moment, then when? When do we take those steps? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Leonardo.
Hi, my name is Leandro Herrera. I'm a resident of Ward 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to speak tonight on a couple of things related to City Council's recent decision to invest in police surveillance equipment and the new considerations of capital investments in new police cruisers. As Dan mentioned, I'm sure a number of councilors here will recall the uprising that took place here in the summer of 2020 in response to the police murder of George Floyd. That uprising showed a massive swell of community members demanding the defunding of the city's police force. In that time, the council listened to hundreds of community members giving testimonials on their experiences with the police. We heard ideas for how we can address issues of safety by exploring alternatives. We heard community members who extensively researched the U.S. carceral state make the case for how we can do better as a community. It is fascinating to see how many members of the council are experiencing collective amnesia of that moment. Rather than addressing people's substantive concerns, the majority of the council turned to tactics of distraction, of arguing about civility and quote unquote trusting the experts. They did this without actually saying anything meaningful about the real contradiction between upholding the city's supposed values and funding a department whose function is upholding laws and institutions that run counter to those values. It is also interesting to consider which experts the council chooses to listen to and which ones it chooses not to. Trust is not something any community should assume of an elected leadership. It is on elected office holders to earn that trust, to make their case and address the real arguments put forward by members of the community on why these investments are not only unwanted, but are also a poor use of resources. It is rich hearing the discussion on greening the city in the same breath of investing on fuel-efficient cages on wheels. I'm sure the residents of Warfield Place would be delighted to know that not only did the city cut down healthy trees while using heavy police presence to suppress community dissent, but in the name of fighting climate change is investing in greening MPD's cars. The answer to greening our city is not complicated. Don't replace the vehicles, replace the police. Replace them with a fully functional Department of Community Care. Considering why the new cruisers were never bought in the first place, the arguments for purchasing now are rank hypocrisy in the face of every councilor who pursues this path but hangs a Black Lives Matter sign on the lawns and windows. Do better.
Thank you. Mark Cody.
Hi, my name is, hello.
Welcome.
My name is Mark. I am a resident of Ward 1. I think that it's concerning about this substantial increase in funding for police vehicles when we have not yet followed the recommendations of the Northampton Police Review Commission, which specifically states fully funding the new Department of Community Care. Now, while I'm very happy that the city is making progress and has chosen qualified candidate to run it and some funding for it, it does not follow the actual recommendations to fully funding it to allow it to actually better address issues like homelessness, addiction, houselessness, and other significant issues, mental health issues. So I think that's something, until we do that, I think that we should not rush into buying more equipment, especially seeing as many of this equipment it seems odd that we would be in a rush to go through buying more vehicles when typically there are many vehicles with basic amount of repairs can continue to be in full function. I know I personally drive a vehicle that has significantly over 100 miles, 100,000 miles on it. And I can say, that's true of many other people. Not everyone can afford to just replace vehicles with new ones. But the point of the matter is, if a vehicle, a lot of mechanics say, if a vehicle, the cost to repair it is significantly not going to be worth it, then to get a new one. So that means, of course, that if it is economical to repair something, if it is not like total, and inoperable, in which case that's a different scenario, it makes sense to not continue to replace it with brand new vehicles unless we know that there is a reason for it. So I think that would be a cost savings to invest more in repairing the vehicles we currently have. I often, when I go drive around in the city, I see speeders who've been pulled over by police, and sometimes I'll have 2 to 3 police vehicles that will be for one person pulled over. And, I think that that's an excessive response, unless there is a dangerous altercation, it doesn't seem to make sense for there to be multiple squad cars to respond to a non-violent vehicle issue. So I think that's something, and I see that on a regular case throughout my years, 24 years to be precise, as a resident of the city of Northampton, that is a regular occurrence of having significantly more vehicles than seems necessary to respond to things. Now, I think that just goes to have the amount of resources that we have put into the police department. I don't think that I don't have anything against the police department, but I do think that we should be careful about our financial spending and investing when we have not yet followed our commitment to the Northampton Police Review Commission, which was approved by our city council and mayor and many other people. And a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into studying this. So I feel like if we cannot do that we need to be careful about rushing in to investing more when we have not yet met our own requirements to addressing these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Chris. Oh.
I am here for the kennel.
Oh, you're here. You're here for the animal control facility. Thank you.
I am.
Okay. Next is Shelby. Are you there, Shelby?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Shelby Lee. I'm an East Hampton resident in District 4. Funding the NPD with large sums from Capital Improvement Fund on top of approving a surveillance contract already with a terrible company does not align with the desires of the community. And I have to say, I feel like many of you have a pattern of essentially gaslighting this community. Previously, this council said it recognized the desire of this community to shrink the footprint of the police department over time and fund alternate departments and services to meet community needs. You voted to withhold money from the NPD and reallocate it into the creation of a new department. But now you take every opportunity to approve funding for the use of the NPD. Because of this, people in the community are reasonably upset with you. And in this country, they are given a protected right to speak freely about their feelings. Some of you have even gone as far as to imply that the public should not take part in dialogue with their government, saying that this group of 9 on the council are elected experts and do not need input from the community, but instead trust. You have lost our trust with your words and actions. The members of this community have valuable input and relevant life experience. They're experts in their fields. This community also includes not just homeowners, but renters and anyone who does business in or with Northampton, as well as anyone who works in and for Northampton every day, building your homes, plowing your streets, delivering food to your grocery stores. We are all valuable members of this community and have not only a basic right, but a responsibility to participate in our government for the people, by the people. I also want to speak on the NPD second fleet cars. Those cars just sit so the batteries die if they're not used all the time, because the job of the alternator in a vehicle is to charge the battery when it's driven. So of course they have to jumpstart the cars. Nothing is wrong with the cars, the battery just dies from not being driven. The community, as this council has previously acknowledged, wants to decrease the footprint of the police department, and giving large sums from capital improvement for a lot of cars does not align with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Okay, next up is Amy Francis.
Hello.
Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. And thank you all for your service and your time. And as I say thank you, I also need to parallel that with a deep disappointment, a very deep disappointment in what is happening to our local government in this moment. I reflect the words of the previous people who have spoken before me in saying that the community is calling for us to divest from police and invest in community care. You all have very little power as city councilors, and the power you do have needs to be wielded for what the community is asking you to do. And here we are, years into this conversation, and we're back talking about putting more money into the police as if the 10% decrease never happened. What is going on here? I really ask you to reflect on being bold in looking at what your community is asking of you, how we might be able to better everyone in our community by having compassion and love and finding a way to care for our community, and by divesting from a force that is constrictive, restrictive, and I have yet to hear of a moment where our police department has done something so enormously wonderful for the city that it makes sense to put almost $1 million back into their budget between the dash cams and these new vehicles. I have yet to hear it. And I've been in this conversation for years now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Next up is Nico.
Hello. My name is Nico Villani. I live in Ward 1 at 73 Barrett Street. I'd like to try to offer a perspective here regarding policing and abolition. If we sit back and try to think about the social systems that we rely on right now in order for society to continue existing as it does, there's no denying that we live in a carceral system. when there's no other solution to handle the kinds of situations that are so nuanced that no one knows really how exactly to respond to them, our society responds in a carceral manner. If someone is having a mental health crisis that cannot be managed by their care team, whether that's a family or anyone else, or if maybe someone without a care team is having a mental health crisis, whether that's an unhoused person or someone who simply doesn't have many connections in their life, we don't have social systems set up to respond to that person that are not carceral in nature. What do I mean when I say carceral? The system is designed such that force is used to control the situation and contain it. That entails incarceration. A body, we're talking about like the word incarnate, carnal is another, like, just to talk about etymology real quick, like carceral systems, incarceration, just so it's very clear what I'm trying to talk about here. Like when we talk about abolition, we're talking about abolishing carceral systems such that someone suffering from a mental health crisis or people struggling to continue, people struggling with domestic disputes of any kind, examples such as these. The idea is abolishing a carceral response. We want to fund the innovation of social systems that can recognize that no one wants to be incarcerated from the moment that they're forcibly put into an ambulance or a police car, taken to an emergency room where they're forcibly held for potentially weeks in Massachusetts, before being transferred also forcibly to a psych ward where someone is going to be incarcerated. In other examples, it's incarceration from a police cruiser to the prison industrial complex system. We understand that no one wants that, right? We can all say that no one would want that for any of our family members or loved ones when they can't handle their circumstances for whatever reason, right? Like when we can't handle our circumstances and we fall through the cracks, what catches us is a carceral system, whether you end up in a jail or a hospital. And so we're not just a bunch of angry people who enjoy being disrespectful to you and tell you to get rid of the police department tomorrow, right? Like we're trying to advance new ideas around what it means as a community to respond to people's intense emergent needs. So if you're sitting here listening to folks who are speaking out against all this spending for policing, whether it's the contract for surveillance systems or the capital improvement spending for new vehicles, and you're frowning or thinking that, it's just another of those wacko people who don't understand how the world really works. We're asking you to challenge your conceptions of how the world works, right? We're all humans. We build our society. And so a lot of people are kind of looking around and saying, hey, the way that we've built our society is based on violence that has continued unimpeded for over 500 years. And so, what I'm really saying there is carceral social systems are a direct lineage and legacy of European colonization of the Americas and the world, and then the further colonization of the world of capitalism. Now, this isn't about capitalism. It's, it's a political discussion, but I'm getting a little meta with it, but I'm not really wanting to bring it there, right? I'm not asking you to be an anti-capitalist to be able to consider what I'm saying and what all of us are saying. So I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm really trying to bring it back for a second because I think there's a sense that, we just need to let these people talk. and then we'll just do what we know needs to be done because we're the experts and we know how things really go, you know, and this is all just some wacko crap that these people are talking about. And, you know, also just consider briefly that what sparked these conversations is real violence by the police and then real protests, real uprising by people. So, you know, people know that that's what it took to get to where we are now in this conversation. And I think people are trying in good faith to work with public, it's like work within local government structures in order to improve and innovate new systems. So it's in good faith that these conversations are happening. And if they break down enough, people will need to protest again. I mean, protest is essential regardless, but I'm just, you know, like, we can't just forget about what's going on. We can't just forget about the processes that we're in, even though it's hard, even though it might not make sense, even though it's challenging to like change how we imagine what our community could look like. Thanks for listening.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Councilor Nash, you were muted.
Oh, I was muted. All right, how did I do that? I'm sorry. Welcome, LG. If we could get your name and your address.
Yes, my name is Donovan Lee. I'm a resident of Ward 4 in East Hampton, and I just wanted to speak tonight. I'm fully in support of, you know, taking as much footprint away from the police as possible. And I also want to speak to replacing these cars specifically in the justification that they have like 60,000 miles on them and things like that as a reason for replacing them. I've held a lot of positions as a driver, operator, and occupant of many vehicles in a lot of roles as a soldier, both stateside and abroad. As a 911 responding EMT, as an emergency responding tree worker, and as an emergency responding construction worker. And I would like to say that driving a vehicle with over 60,000 miles on it is the norm. It's very rare to get a vehicle newer than that in all those positions that I've held before. So I just think these vehicles don't need to be replaced yet. They're just not there. It's not the end of their lifespan. Thank you.
Thank you, Donovan. Okay, next up is Gwen. Okay, Gwen.
Yes. Hello, my name is Gwen, and I live here in Northampton. And I just have maybe just some thoughts, really. I tried to get through reading this CPI report. It was there was a lot to it. But I guess one of my main concerns was how the CPA funding kind of came into play. And I found my answer in reading that. But there are some thoughts that I have had. And so I'll just share a couple of those little thoughts, just more like questions maybe. So one question that came up was, what are they doing with the vehicles, you know, once they get rid of them? But Chief Casper kind of answered that. You know, the vehicles come in, you know, you can customize those vehicles. And so the question would be, would they come pre-installed? What kind of special features would they come pre-installed with, or how would they be customized? And the other thing is that I just am always going to say, we have to put money into trees and the climate. And we also need to focus on the uniqueness of Northampton as an agricultural city, and also as a place that it's like this last little remaining corner of Massachusetts, you know, that is still has that agricultural piece to it. And so, and I really believe in that as a path for people to heal. I really believe that. And so I just wanted to share those thoughts. And so I was a little sad that the parks budget was a little low. Maybe, you know, that's based on a figure that, you know, sort of like goes back and behind and looks at what's, you know, based on an exact formula. But and then I just want to share one more thing is that I am the parent of a child who has had issues of mental health since he was a child, like a little baby. And over the years, mental health has changed a lot. It used to be that when I had a crisis with my son, I would call his therapist, and then they would call the crisis team, and there was a response. But that funding got cut in Massachusetts a while ago. And after that, those cuts, it would be that I'd call for help and the police were coming instead. And that is a significant change in how things have been being done in Massachusetts. But I guess the question is, you know, we look at things like what happened in Springfield, and that's really like intense for moms of adult children that have these issues, and we worry about it a lot. And so I know I'm not alone in this, and I felt that sharing my own personal experiences might just have some meaning anyway. Okay, thank you.
Gwen, thank you for sharing that. Okay, I see Patricia. I'm not sure if we already. Patricia, let's see. If I can unmute you. Huh. Karen, I need a little help here. Well, her hand is raised and I don't.
You know what? I don't see an audio symbol there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Patricia's connected to audio.
Says it's connecting to audio. Let's see. Okay. Was Patricia here for the animal control facility? All right, we'll try to come back to you, Patricia. Let's go to Ezekiel Baskin.
Hi, I just wanted to agree with Dan's comment from way back at the beginning. I think he had a lot of really important things to say. I also wanted to agree with the last point that Gwen was just making. We really need to be rebuilding some of the kinds of services that used to exist around mental health, as well as building new and better services. I'm just hearkening back to the Policing Review Commission, all the really great work that happened there, and the need to be reducing the footprint of policing rather than adding to it, or even maintaining it at a current level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezekiel. All right. Tracy Spencer. Let's try Patricia again. Oh, let's try this. Patricia. Yes, to unmute. Councillor Foster, are you having success with Patricia? Did we just
No,
lose?
I'm seeing the option to ask to unmute, but nothing's happening when I click either. And we're not canceling each other out. I just tried once.
Okay. All right. All right. Everybody else with hands raised, is here for the animal control facility. Let's see, I'm looking through the list here to see if there's anybody else. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing anybody else. Per the format here, that the proponents, being the mayor here in this situation, will have the opportunity if she wants to speak to any of the concerns that were raised. And Mayor, do you have any thoughts?
Thanks. I appreciated people's comments. I guess just one thing that I want to point out, you know, I believe very strongly in the Policing Review Commission report, and am working incredibly hard to implement their primary recommendation. I just want to point out that in the report, you know, in multiple places, they state that the police department will continue to exist and that will continue to have core responsibilities. So one quote is shifting these responsibilities away from the police, so shifting the responses that will go to the GCC, also allows them to focus on their core responsibilities around law enforcement. Another quote is, in addition to our recommendations for changes to peer and co-responder responses for some emergencies, we acknowledge policies and services related to public safety that would remain under the police and require their presence under the current system. So, you know, I want to be clear that I feel like this is in keeping with their recommendation, which is that we will have a different response for some calls, and there will still be a police department that will handle other calls, that will handle criminal calls. And so, you know, as I said before, having vehicles is core to their function. These are necessary items for their operations. So I understand that some people see a conflict with that. I don't personally see a conflict with it. And again, I am working incredibly hard to get the Department of Community Care up and running with the implementation director, as is everyone on staff here. So, you know, these, as I feel like we covered, there are 4 vehicles that don't work at all. It's not that they have, you know, high miles or they're not in pristine condition. They literally don't function. They cannot be started. They are, you know, they're essentially totaled. They to fix them would cost significantly more than makes sense. And the other vehicles are already into the multiple thousands of dollars for maintenance, repairs, or any repairs needed to get them into, you know, more better operations. So the ones that are on this plan are ones that absolutely have to be replaced because they don't function at all, or to fix them would cost significant resources that would not be a good investment of the city's money. So that's one thing that I would add there. I don't know, you know, there were various things that were asked. George Cohout had some comments about DPW. I don't know if Director LaScalia wants to speak to those, or if Chief Casper wants to speak to any of the things, but that's one point that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Mayor. So I see a few more hands have gone up since the mayor has spoken.
Oh, Councilor Nash, I saw DPW Director LaScalia turned her camera on, so she may wish to.
Okay, let's let Director LaScalia, you have the floor.
Okay, hi, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I did just, I guess I'll just jump in for a second and respond to George's comments. He had talked about our line striping efforts, and he'd also talked about efforts for sort of improvements to roadway safety in general and sidewalks. So what I can say is that obviously the price of goods and services is increasing everywhere, and that's very apparent. But the appropriation that I have requested for line striping should serve to restripe every pavement marking in the entire city. So that's crosswalks, double yellow center lines, fog lines, arrows, bicycle markings, and any sort of specialized roadway markings. And that's all contract work. So we put together a contract for that in the spring and have that work done in the summer and fall after we've had an opportunity to sweep the streets, because we don't want to be painting over dirty streets. You know, as it relates to as the capital plan relates to our efforts at traffic calming and other pedestrian improvements, what we try to do is to incorporate roadway safety improvements into our large capital projects. And the traffic calming money doesn't necessarily fund the actual improvements itself. What it does is it funds the engineering associated with those improvements. So for example, we are studying the roadway geometry and potential improvements around the high school, and traffic calming funds would be used theoretically to fund an effort like that. So I hope that clarifies George's comments.
Thank you, Director. Donna, there was also a question related to investing in tree canopy. I expect you have some thoughts on that too.
I do. That's a consistent request that we have made over the past several years. $50,000 a year is the capital request, and that purchases us a variety of tree stock. And the tree warden runs his planting initiative primarily in the spring and in the fall when the weather's conducive to planting new trees. But the appropriation is $50,000 a year, and that has been consistent and has not changed this year either.
Thank you, Director. Okay. So I see some. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I think someone named Spencer Fox Peterson has had, so they had their hand up during the capital improvement.
Yes, I was going to go back to folks who have raised their hand.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I think Spencer,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think he raised his hand once we were talking to the mayor. So, okay. Ezekiel, all right, where is he now? I will find you, Spencer. There you are.
I had my hand raised. I raised late. I decided to pop in at the last second.
You have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Spencer Fox Peterson. I live in Holyoke, Ward 6, but I work in Northampton. I have lived in Northampton. I shop in Northampton. I pay that special city tax. So the reason I bring that up is because we've talked a lot about diminishing people that are renters or from out of town. And just to be clear, this is about the capital investment ultimately in the police, and I guess I'll throw in the DPW too. But as a person that works in your city, who has paid taxes in your city, pays taxes in your city, quite frankly, I'm one of the people that supplies food to you. I bring food to your stores. I have been serving this community for almost 10 years as a professional food sourcer. I'm in the working class. Okay. I worked at Sutter Meats. I worked there for the first 4.5 years. You guys love that place. It's the neoliberal heaven. All right. So I was a big part of that. I'm going to flex here. I'm a big part of your community. This has nothing to do with me being from Holyoke. I drive in your community. The flex last time was that 66% of the people getting pulled over by the police in those very expensive vehicles are from out of town, or at least at some point that was statistic. I drive in the city. I literally drive around all day. I see what people do. I'm in a high truck delivering food. All right. And the reality is to spend more money on policing when it's very clear the annoying abolitionists, the monolith apparently of abolitionists, and I'm speaking directly to Garrick, who we know personally, I know personally, to say that monoliths exist and you throw me, an abolitionist, in with Nan in your op-ed, you're putting me in a monolith. All right. There's a whole host of abolitionists. All right. There's capitalist abolitionists. They're called libertarians mostly. There's abolitionists that are communists. There's abolitionists that are anarchists. There's just people like me who are like, hey, I don't want to fund state violence. And one of the people earlier, I don't know if it was Mark, mentioned rolling cages. All right. Yeah, these are cages, and our only solution is a carceral system. This is the system that catches people. To spend more money on this is nuts. I drive around all day. Give that money to the DPW. Make this place safer for the people that work here, that shop here. Like one of the gentlemen earlier mentioned, making this place safer for bike riding and walking for the community. And then the people are coming from other communities, 66% of the people that get pulled over and deal with the cops come here in their cars to shop because we don't have public transportation from a city like Holyoke. Now, I want to remind y'all, I'm a white guy, all right? I grew up, my father's a white supremacist, all right? He's not like a skinhead or nothing, but like, guys, I know this. This is America, all right? I'm not a monolith as a white man, but to give more money to the police when we know they uphold the hegemony of white supremacy is the opposite of progressiveness. It's the opposite of care. And to half fund the community Department of Community Care, it's nuts. And then I'm down in Holyoke, and our community is 50% people of color. And they're not a monolith. There's all different guys, mostly Puerto Rican, but there's a lot of stuff down here. I can't afford to live in Northampton because y'all price people out. So you fund more cops, you're basically, your budget is your truth. And you give more money to a gentrification policy, you're hurting lots of marginalized people. And then on top of that, people like me just trying to do a fucking job, getting harassed by police. I bought a body camera for my vehicle so I can record my interactions with the police because as a worker, I've been harassed. All right, I'm doing my job, and they could take my life away. They could take my livelihood away. And if you don't kiss ass, respect, whatever, it's like it's nuts. It's nuts. So like, I could go on and on, but the point is, us abolitionists are not a monolith, and we are not bullies. You need power to be a bully. Okay? You get your chance to write op-eds. I can't just call up the Gazette and be like, I want to write an op-ed. They'll be like, who the fuck are you? And I'm Spencer Fox Peterson. Who's that? Nobody. Just some dude that delivers food. So you neoliberals can live your happy little fucking Nerf life. All right. Mm-hmm. It's a Nerf life. And don't you dare. Because I'm allowed to use my First Amendment. This is very clear. People are allowed to be, civility is the tool of white supremacy. Read a book, everybody. Read lots of writers. Civility, they called natives savages to dehumanize them. You call us radicals. When we're asking for peace, we're asking for no state-sanctioned violence. Stop giving them money. Stop. Just stop. You can't sleep at night and say you're a progressive person or you're whatever. You care about your community. You just can't. And then you can't denigrate the people that work in your city that feed you. We feed your community. Stop giving them money. And y'all made them like, this is the First Amendment right. We're allowed to talk.
You have
we have no power. Yeah, but my turn. You got all the time. You have all the power. You can write op-eds. You can do all this shit. We don't get to do that. Stop funding fascism. Neoliberals can fund fascism too. That's what happened in 1930s Germany. Right now, in Ukraine, right now, as we speak, there is shelling of a nuclear facility, the largest nuclear facility in Europe. The Ukrainian army is worth $5 billion. The NYPD spends $12 billion. Stop funding militaries in our backyards. All right? We don't need them. Take care of your community. Take care of your people. Paint lines. Make it safer. Stop wasting money on police. It's violence. Thank you. Yield my time.
It's after Jerry, Perry, and I wanting our emails and all that. Oh, you missed them.
Thank you, Benjamin. Okay. How are we doing here? Let's see. I see Jeev. Jeev, do I have your name right?
Yes.
I apologize if I screwed it up.
No, you're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Hi.
And your last name and where you live?
My last name is Mullins, and I live in Ward 5 in Northampton.
Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm mostly seconding what others have said regarding not wanting to add more money to the police budget. So I want to say that I second that, but also I just want to say thank you for all of the speakers who have done like thoughtful research. I think there's a lot of really well thought out and well researched points there that I hope that the council listens to. I personally am pretty shocked to see what feels like a big turnaround from the 2020 meetings about the budget to now. Other people have said this better than I can, but I would just ask the council to please listen to what people are saying about how they feel about this budget. And if you don't understand what people are asking for with regards to the police budget, then I would encourage you to ask questions. So thank you for your time, and to the councilors who are questioning adding money to this police budget in this way, thank you for doing that. So take care.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. So I see two people that have re-raised their hands, and I think they want to speak to this, to the capital improvement plan. I see Ya Ping has raised her hand. So I'm going to ask if anybody who wants to speak, raise your hand now, and I will recognize folks. And I will start with Ya Ping, who has not spoken yet.
Hi, my name's Yaping. I live in Turners Falls.
Welcome.
Thanks. I wanted to respond to the mayor emphasizing that the Policing Review Commission's report refers to the fact that the police department's going to continue to exist. I don't know who the audience is for that, but for any of us who have been following this, and for any of us who have been staying in tune with what the calls from the national movement for Black Lives is, that honestly is just a really ridiculous and insulting thing to say. For any of us who watched the hundreds and hundreds of hours of the Policing Review Commission meeting, that's a very insulting thing to say. It literally just doesn't make sense to emphasize that point. So their report recommended that police be immediately removed from wellness checks, suspicious person calls, and nonviolent public assembly, and that police be removed from the following situations as the city invests in community responses. And I believe the timeframe was still as soon as possible, or like written right after the 1 to 2 year timeline. And these responsibilities that were recommended be removed are animal control, flagging, general patrolling, medical emergencies, minor traffic accidents, misdemeanors, public disturbances, restorative justice programs, serving summons and warrants, status offenses, and traffic details. So if we added up all the time and energy that was spent by police on those responsibilities and moved them out of police, I'm confused how you justify adding 11 new police cruisers as correlating to those responsibilities that the Policing Review Commission said should be moved out of police as soon as possible. And there's a chart in the Policing Review Commission report that says that police respond to calls related to violent crime about 6% of the time. And the national average, there was a story that the New York Times did that shows that other police departments spend between 1% to 4% of their time responding to what's considered violent crime. And so even if you're going according to the Northampton Policing Review Commission's report about where they think police responsibilities should remain, which is mostly responding to these situations that are deemed dangerous, that doesn't, I'm very confused, Mayor, how you translate those remaining responsibilities to 11 police cruisers, and also just making the statement that the Northampton Policing Review Commission said there would be a police department, when clearly the thrust of their report was about moving most of the responsibilities that police currently have out of police. So that was just a horrible, disrespectful comment to make. And you've made it before, and for any counselors who make it again, that also a disrespectful comment to make to the public and to the Northampton Policing Review Commission.
Thank you, Ya Ping. Okay, I see two more hands that have been re-raised. I'm going to recognize Mark Cody.
Hi, is this for the secondary public comment section?
No, this is still, we're still in the public hearing.
Yeah, so I can speak, I can wait to speak until after the public comment section.
Okay, all right, Mark. All right, and then Ezekiel.
Hi. Yeah, I was hoping that since we're in the public hearing, I could ask a question of the mayor, and maybe she would respond, given the sort of the format that we're in.
You can pose a question, and it's up to the mayor whether or not she wants to answer it.
Great.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think my question is really about this, what the point that she raised around sort of continuing to have a police department, and hearing that, yes, that is in the commission's report, but so is really reducing the footprint. I'm curious about what timeline do you anticipate around materially reducing the footprint of the police department? Because investing in these new cruisers in this 2023 and 2024, which have, the sort of shelf life of 3 to 4 years, kind of implies to me that you imagine having a similarly sized police force for the next 3 to 4 years. So I'm sort of curious, like, where is the off-ramp in your plan of having a police force this big? Like, as we start to build things like the Department of Community Care and build sort of new structures to house some of these responsibilities that have been housed in the police, when do you imagine there being less police officers and less police cruisers and less police infrastructure? And do you see that in the next 5 years, or do you see that further down the line? Like, when do you concretely see the footprint being reduced? Because that, I think, would help me really understand why you feel it's important to continue to maintain the current size of the police department for the current moment and sort of foreseeable future.
Thank you, Ezekiel. I'm looking for hands, and I'm thinking that, okay.
Oh, Councilor Nash, I saw the mayor turned her video on, so I'm guessing she may have wanted to respond.
But if the mayor would like to respond, she can respond. I'm still.
I'll just respond briefly to Ezekiel, which is that I can't give you that answer yet, and it wouldn't really be fair to the implementation director for me to sort of speculate. He's working very hard to figure out, the sort of the beginning operations of the Department of Community Care, and we're just not in a place yet where I could give you a 5-year timeline. And in figuring out, the operations for this department, then the impact, if any, on what other operations would be. It's just not, I'm sorry, I'm sure it's not a satisfying answer, but it's not something that I could do at this moment.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I believe all of the hands that are raised are related to public comment, and people have had a chance to speak. Oh, I hope I didn't kick somebody out there. People have had a chance to speak. Any thoughts, Mayor, and department heads? Any last remarks before we consider closing the public hearing?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. I see two more hands got raised here. Hannah Schaefer, who has not had a chance to speak. Hannah, I will recognize you.
I'm raising for the second half of the public comment.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, counselors, we have heard from the public. We've heard the presentation of the plan. We are still in the public hearing, and I would consider a motion to close the public hearing, and also discuss within that, we can discuss options as well.
Move to close the public hearing.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Okay. Hearing no discussion, then Laura, roll call, please.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Gore.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori. Okay, I don't know if she stepped away. Councillor Maori.
I think she may have stepped away.
Okay. Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
And Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay. So that we have closed the public hearing by a vote of 8-0. Okay, next up on the agenda is public comment. And I see a number of folks here who would like to speak to the animal control facility. We will be timing it, as always, public comment is 2 minutes. And Councillor Foster, do we have that timer up somewhere? Okay. Benjamin Spencer.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Benjamin Spencer. I live in Northampton. I'm here tonight regarding the animal control facility that the city is looking to build. And I understand the need for this facility, and I certainly share everyone's concerns regarding the good treatment and well-being of our animal friends in the city. This is a problem that needs to be solved. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council and city officials for their efforts to move this project forward and for working with residents on this matter. I know it's not easy. Also, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the residents who live adjacent to the recently proposed location. They've worked tirelessly to be sure the concerns are heard. And I understand that the vast majority of the abutters are against the kennel being placed at this location. And I feel that that fact needs to be respected. I can't speak for them, But I do have a comment and some questions. My comment is that I would like to ask the city to pause this project until concerns and questions can be answered. And my questions are, and I hope someone can answer them, has the city considered locating this kennel at either the firehouse off of King Street or at the DPW on Locust Street? Has the city fully considered the amount of use that Gate 1 into Fitzgerald Lake sees? It's a very popular spot. There's going to be a lot of congestion there where this kennel is proposed. I think that's problematic, and I think that needs to be considered carefully. I'll preface this next question with the fact that I love dogs, and I really think that this is an important facility for dogs that need this help. And I just have to question if an outdoor kennel aspect to this facility, no matter where it goes, is necessary. And if by eliminating that component, if that could be a compromise, a solution that would address many of the concerns. These are dogs who are hopefully not even going to be there one night. And maybe if they're just inside the whole time, that would eliminate noise concerns and smell concerns and pollution concerns. And I really think that should be considered.
Thank you, Benjamin. You were the beneficiary of our timer not working. So I do have, I'll be using my stopwatch here now. Nan, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. In response to the mayor's claim that there are 3 Massachusetts city kennels built in residential areas. Marblehead, not a city kennel. Marblehead uses an animal shelter run by volunteers, not allowed by city kennel rules. No state coded building that causes anxiety, barking, and heightened noise level, unlike our proposed city kennel dog prison. It has a low foot traffic location, possibly a DPW. Swansea, not a city kennel, no state coded build. City website asks for volunteers and has a low foot traffic location. Brockton, well, I have said there is not even one city kennel in the entire state of Massachusetts built in a residential neighborhood. No decent city would do it. Brockton's a city kennel, but Brockton didn't build it in a residential neighborhood, unlike our proposed site. The 14 condos close by were built 30 years later in 2007. Brockton was built in the 1970s, no update to current stricter state codes. It has 8 full-time employees, open 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, not hit Northampton hours or numbers. There's no heavy foot traffic from people and their dogs, unlike a Moose Lodge proposal. Back to us. Passing dogs can hear kennel dogs bark even when people can't, then start barking. That's 100 dB plus outside for residents and possibly inside if they own a dog. Physical and mental health risks to residents and to the cognitive development of their children are real. I will send a link on this. City budgets available online show $25,000 per year budget for animal control expenses. Even if the $25K were all boarding costs at a cost of $1 million to build our dog prison, it would take 40 years to break even. We could use a better solution, but it's not a city dog prison. It benefits no one. If you truly care about animals and the people of this city, please listen to Councilor Labage and look into a regional nonprofit shelter like Franklin County or a small city one like Marblehead. Thank you to Councilor Labage for truly walking the walk when it comes to caring about animals and all the people of the city, and to Councilor Gore for asking the tough questions to ensure all our residents protected. We need more leaders like you. A smoke alarm going off is between 85 and 110 dB. That is torture. Thank you to everybody for hanging in there tonight and all the nights that you do.
Thank you, Nan. Okay, next up is Kimberly.
Hold on. Here, I'm going to pass you over to Roberto here, to your name and address.
My name is Roberto Irizarry. I live on 66 Pines Edge Drive. I'm adjacent to the community where the kennel is planned to be constructed. I want to say that we do not support the construction so close to a residential site. We know that this is a reason why similar proposals have been rejected in other towns and in other areas in Massachusetts and in 2 other communities in Northampton. The main concern for us would be noise at night. During the spring, summer, and fall, it is very quiet here at night. Not now in the winter when all the windows are closed. This is where people are also sleeping with open windows. This is when sound checks would be important. So I'm questioning the validity of the study that was done in the daytime regarding sound. I'm concerned that at night, animals like dogs being left alone in such a facility would be, it would get into distress, and this would not be appropriate and may produce some barking on their part. I understand it's an important problem, and that people have said that there might be additional ways to remediate noise if it becomes a problem. But basically, we don't want it to become a problem. We really want our sleep to continue to be unmolested. There is a sense here that the council is seeing this as a quick solution to the problem and are making a move on it, and that not all the information is on top of the table. And that there is not enough information. For example, it's cost effectiveness. I fully support the place to be used for conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta. Okay, next up is, Kimberly, do you wish to speak? Do we have to, you're all done over there? Okay, thank you. All right, Chris. Let me set the timer here. All right. Chris, you there?
I am here. Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us again. My name's Christine Clark. I live on Pines Edge. I'm approximately 240 feet from the proposed site, and I do not support this kennel being built in our residential area. Our city councilors and mayor are elected by us to represent our interests as residents. We presented you with a petition of the abutters opposing the kennel. We walked around in freezing cold weather to 55 homes in which 52 residents responded, 44 were opposed, and 8 were unwilling to sign. These numbers reflect abutters, unlike Stan Moulton's numbers that he had presented to you on Tuesday. The people have spoken, and you continue to move your agenda forward without considering your constituents. The other night, after many people came forward with heartfelt concerns, the next counselor says, "So Wing, will the driveway be paved?" It seems like you've already jumped to pavement without answering our concerns. How can you move forward with this vote when there is so much missing data, so many unanswered questions? We have yet to hear about the proposed yearly budget, current cost per dog versus cost with the new facility. There's been no stats explained if there is even a need for a kennel. There's been 1 dog since Christmas. Could the state land be used and make it a regional kennel with shared expenses? As Ms. Labarge pointed out, it's just wrong to consider leaving dogs from 3 p.m. to 8 a.m. when the animal control officers live approximately 30 minutes away. Would this land serve Northampton better as added open land to the conservation list? These are just a few questions on the list. I feel it is unethical to move forward with this vote without providing data, details, and cost of budget, dollars and cents to taxpayers in Northampton. I think tonight this proposal needs to pause until due diligence is done and presented to us. I ultimately remain committed to this kennel opposition and ask you to please turn down the Cook Avenue site and look into a regional or city shelter in a non-residential area. It will be better for the animals and the residents of our city. And then we can all live happily ever after.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Tracy Atwood.
They did good. Everything was excellent.
Who's got their mic?
Hi.
Tracy.
Hi.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the mayor and the city councilors for understanding that we do need a functioning police department. Many of the less vocal residents feel that our police department is fabulous, that we are lucky to have them. And we worry that the constant scrutiny of their every move or request might cause them to leave. That would be tragic. If Jody Casper says she needs something, she knows more about it than you do. Please give her the benefit of the doubt. Second, if you continue to allow people, especially those who do not live in Northampton, to use obscenities and speak for way too long with no intervention, then you will not be hearing from those of us who elected you. Therefore, we will have no representation, and therefore there will be no need for a city council. Third, there are currently many residents of Ward 1 that feel unrepresented. Stanley Moulton is our newly elected city councilor for Ward 1. By his own count, he has heard from 66 of his constituents that they oppose the animal control facility on Cook Ave. Stanley was elected to the council to represent these same residents. At the Finance Committee meeting, he indicated he would approve this location for the kennel even before the requested data were provided. It appears that the residents of Ward 1 do not have representation on the city council, so I do not think that this vote should proceed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, next up. All right, getting my timer set here. Diego, welcome back, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Yep. My name's Diego. I live on North Street in Northampton, and I grew up in Pines Edge, which is right next to the proposed kennel location. First, I want to speak to, I second questioning the efficacy of the sound test, because from my experience in the second unit of Pines Edge, which is not even the closest one to the Moose Lodge, you can definitely hear dogs barking whenever they're down by the Moose Lodge. I'm against the kennel. I think the city should show us a cost analysis of the $800,000 to build the kennel plus the ongoing costs of staffing and maintenance of that kennel, and compare that against the cost to drive these dogs over to the Amherst kennel. I think the city should go ahead with the land swap to acquire the land and continue our great record of conservation and preserve this as the entrance to the Fitzgerald Lake Conservation Area and nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, next up is Adrian.
Hello, good evening. I'm Adrian Andrews, and I'm an owner, tax-paying member of the Pines Edge condominium community. I am in deep opposition to the imposition of an animal control facility at the proposed location by the Moose Lodge, as it is known, and the entrance to the Fitzgerald Lake Conservation Area. I have spoken with some other folks, and I want to offer some suggestions and reasonable alternatives to this particular location. One would be, and more cost effective, would be to retrofit some segment of the multi-million-dollar police station, and even a jail cell could be retrofitted to accommodate the relatively small number of dogs and other animals that may need to be accommodated. They would also be able to watch those animals that were in their control 24/7, which would not be the case at the proposed Moose Lodge. That would allow for much better care and caretaking of these housed animals. Also, another option would be to bump out a segment of the fire station on King Street, and again, more cost effective and equally protective of the animals that might be being held. Another option would be to use some of the vacated premises and locations in the industrial park. which would be available as a resource and conveniently located. These three options, the police station, the fire station, and somewhere within the industrial park that is already built, would serve the purpose of monitoring and caring for the animals that might be in custody of the animal control officer. And is my time up?
Yeah, I gave you another 30 seconds.
Thank you
My
very much.
apologies. The timer was muted. That's why. So.
Yeah, but it's really a terrible idea to damage the access to the Fitzgerald Lake Conservatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay, next up is Kim L.
Hi, this is Kimberly Lambert, and I live on Pines Edge Drive. I've lived here for 30 years, and I'm very familiar with the changes that are happening and have happened in the environment over that past 30 years. One thing I'd like to talk about is the process that the city council used. But before I do that, I want to thank all of you for dragging yourselves through this meeting. And you must be tired. I hope you have some coffee and some cold drinks. Thank you for your dedication. The process. The finance committee happened, and there's no notes online about the finance committee. There's a few graphs from Wayne Fiden. The public can't respond tonight because they weren't able to see what concerns people brought up at the finance committee meeting. So that is not a sufficient process. The other problem is you left out of the sound test the sound of the dogs that will respond in the parking lot at the Moose Lodge. That's going to be very loud. They're going to hear dogs and inside, whether that sound be muffled or not, inside the building, and they're going to bark and respond. And it's going to be from sunrise to sunset. It's going to be very loud, it's just not, it's not okay to have this kennel in a residential area. Also, the expenditure, $750,000. You know, I think about my own budget. If I was going to spend a large amount of money, I'd want to know why. I'd want to have some data behind my expenditure. So far, what do we know? Not very much. You don't have clear data on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. You don't have clear data on a yearly basis. You don't have clear data about how long the dogs would stay in there, how long they have stayed overnight, and how many have left quickly because of microchipping. We have data that there's one dog that stayed overnight from December to February. That's not enough data for a $750,000 expenditure. Keep it as conservation land or give it back to the indigenous people.
Thank you, Kim. The timer started working again.
Oh boy, just when I got to speak, huh?
Well, no, you got another 10 seconds. It's okay.
Well, thank you.
I'm generous here. So
please tell us what the process is from here on, and don't finalize this at the second reading, please.
Thank you, Kim. Next up is Patricia. Where'd she go? Oh, hold it. Patricia, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay. Yes. Patricia Maynard, 18 Pines Edge Drive. I'm here to talk about the animal control facility. And I would like to thank Wayne and the council and the mayor for allowing this opportunity for public input. But I am somewhat worried that in spite of the overwhelming opposition, you may try to move forward with this anyway. I hope this is not true. As our elected officials, you need to be representative and respectful of the constituents' wishes and concerns. I've been hearing strong opposition to the kennel, some due to unanswered questions, the high cost, many due to location, residential neighborhood noise, property value, toxic runoff near the conservation area and wildlife. And a new concern, which was added because a Gazette article yesterday highlighted the existence of Native American treasures in the nearby conservative conservation area. In my email letter to councilors yesterday, I mentioned considering a nonprofit educational facility on this property, which was something previously approved by the Council on Planning and Sustainability. This facility could focus on conservation and environment while partnering with Indigenous and historical preservation leaders. Creating a center for cultural and environmental education would be wonderful use of the 196 Crook Ave space and a credit to Northampton. So I am asking the council to vote no on this present kennel proposal, to look for a more appropriate site for the kennel, if indeed a kennel is needed. And 3, think about using the property to create an educational center focusing on the environment, conservation area, and the unique Indigenous history that exists here. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay. Mark Cody, you're back. You have the floor.
Thank you. So I definitely do have concerns about the dog kennel thing, but I think other people have made that point a lot better than me. I think that we should be careful about how we spend money on various projects. I think that it's important to focus on considering our low crime rate, focusing on investing in services that better help provide, mental health resources, crisis response, homelessness, addiction, making the streets safer for bikers and pedestrians. I think that we should prioritize spending for things like that, as well as fully funding the Department of Community Care. I think that it's important, I know many people in the council are uncomfortable, when confronted with differing perspectives, but I think transparency is important and, in general, and people having that option to articulate their perspective, even if it may not be the same as what many people, feel. There are differing opinions on various subjects. And I think, we try our best to be civil, but what's important is that the voice of people, we get a chance to be heard. So I appreciate everyone here that's listening and people who showed up to talk about it. I think whether it be people sending emails, public requests, whether it is phone calls, people, engaged government is really what we want. And many communities don't have the level of participation and engagement that we do. So I think that, while it's not always pleasant, that we should try to best to appreciate the fact that we have a very civic engaged community. And, sometimes we disagree, but it's important that we have these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Next up is Hannah.
Hi there. My name is Hannah Schaefer. I am a renter in Ward 5, and I wanted to speak tonight about the rental agency fees. I am a member of the Northampton Housing Partnership. For a year now, we've been working on a home rule petition addressing the issue of the high cost of rental broker fees in Northampton. In 2019, the city of Northampton conducted a study about barriers to housing in the city. It was conducted by the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission and the Northampton Housing Partnership. Rental fees were identified as one of the primary barriers to housing in Northampton. When the study was conducted, at least 2/3 of Northampton rentals were listed by a rental agency like Rent NoHo. So a majority of these companies charge first, last security and a broker fee of 60% of 1 month's rent. The average rent in 2019 for a 1-bedroom apartment in Northampton was $1,234. With first, last security and a broker's fee, that makes the move-in cost for one person $4,443. Rent NoHo also charges a $35 non-refundable application fee, something which is actually technically illegal in Massachusetts, but they're able to do that because they're acting as a broker and not an independent landlord. So we saw during the pandemic that housing instability is more important an issue than ever. People who work in Northampton can't afford to live here. It's one of the reasons why I appreciate seeing people from outside of Northampton in this meeting tonight. These are still members of the community. So I just really, really hope that the city council will think about pushing this through. Rent NoHo for years has provided a service to landlords, and that service they pay nothing for. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hannah. Next up is Kayla. Hello, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ace Taylor. I am a resident of Ward 3. And like Hannah, I am here to speak to the act banning brokers' fees to tenants. I am also a member of the Housing Partnership and have been working on this. And again, want to second everything that Hannah said. I am a landlord. I rent out units in my house. As a landlord, it's my responsibility to show my property, to vet tenants, to do that work. If I am unwilling or unable to do that work, it is my responsibility to pay for that work to be done. Currently, in how the Northampton system is, this cost is being unfairly put onto tenants, giving an added burden and driving people out of Northampton. It is playing into all of the factors that driving people of lower income do, especially as it intersects with things like class, with things like queerness, with things like and with things like mental health. So it is critical that this passes because it is the moral and right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ace. Next up is Joshua. Hello,
Hi
Josh.
there, I'm back.
You're back.
My name is Joshua Yearsley, and I live at 292.5 South Street. I'd like to comment on 2 issues tonight. First, I would also like to support the order for special legislation that bans tenants paying broker fees, since we must lower the very high barrier to getting housing in the city. Hannah and Ace have already made the case better than I can, so I will leave that one there. Second, I would like to support extending the moratorium on the use of facial surveillance by the city. In 2019, I advocated for this moratorium to now Mayor Ciara when she was my ward councilor, and I thank her and all of the councilors who are still on the council who passed that moratorium originally. 3 years have passed since then, but the technology is still too young for any government to deploy ethically. But even if we could implement it ethically, I have to ask, do we want pervasive facial surveillance in Northampton? The city has a strong record of resisting the incursion of surveillance technology into our daily lives, as demonstrated by the council banning surveillance cameras in 2018 and overriding Mayor Narkowitz's veto. And I firmly believe that we can have a safe society without building a surveillance state. Thank you again for listening and for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Joshua. Okay, next up is Evan. Hello, Evan.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Evan Rowland, and I'm also a renter in Ward 5. I just wanted to voice my support for the special legislation to prohibit landlords and brokers from charging tenant fees. I concur with what's already been said, and just want to add that Rent NoHo has made the argument that they are doing the tenants a service, and that's why the fees are levied on renters and landlords pay nothing. As a renter in Northampton for 15 years, I can say they do not supply a service. They are gatekeeping a number of the rental properties, a large proportion of the rental properties. And the reason they're used is not because there's a service that we want to buy. It's just that there is a limited number of rental properties. And we are forced by that scarcity to pay a fee that is completely benefiting landlords. So I hope that this legislation passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Okay, I don't see anybody else for raising their hand for public comment. And in the meantime, my computer with my agenda has restarted. And I'm going to propose at this point, we take a 10-minute break, recess, and we come back at, let's see, 9:51. Let's come back at 10 o'clock. Get them 9 minutes. All right, back at 10.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, thank you, everybody. announcements from counselors and the mayor. Counselors, do you have any announcements? I see Counselor Labarge's hand raised. Counselor.
Thank you. I just want to give a thank you to one of my neighbors, Peter Vogel, in regards to one of my residents who lives across the street from me and my family and my other neighbors. And we have a resident who was homebound for a bit. And for some reason, every day the mailbox would be put back up and then it was down again. So Peter, I want to thank you dearly for helping our neighbor and resetting up that mailbox. And it was enjoyable for me to hold it for you so you could screw everything back up on it. And you are awesome. Thank you very much, Peter Vogel.
Thank you, Counselor Labarge. Any other announcements? Counselor Foster.
I apologize, I couldn't get my dog in.
I know, I got your text. You were.
She's stubborn. So is this a good time for announcement from a committee chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, then I wanted to announce that Monday's meeting of the Committee on City Services will include a discussion with Brian Foote about the Arts Council. So I know that was a request or a discussion that we had at our last meeting, and wanted to let you all know that that will be happening at Monday's meeting, which is at 5 o'clock, and the link to join is on the Zoom calendar.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other announcements? Oh, Laura.
Just want to correct that meeting is posted for 4 o'clock because that was the original time given to Director Foote. Other subsequent meetings are all at 5, but Mondays is at 4.
Thank you, Laura. I missed that. Okay. Thanks.
Right.
5, I thought.
Counselor Elkins. Oh, do you need, let's unmute her. Come on. It is the night where all of this stuff,
Here we go.
There you go.
Thank you. I changed computers and I became unhosted at the time. I just have 2 brief things. One is I want to thank everybody at the Department of Public Works and the director, Donald Scala. Did I say that right? The director for the fabulous and extensive tour that we got, the City Council got on Monday. Of all the facilities. It's just truly overwhelming, the amount of ingenuity and human creativity and dedication of service to our city that I saw that day. And I kind of wish my daughter had not been in school, because I would have liked to have taken her to have seen all that. I'm sure she would have particularly appreciated the wastewater treatment plant operation. And I also just wanted to say that myself and Councillor Gore and Councillor Foster also went this week and for the a preview of the North Commons mixed income housing at Village Hill. And I just wanted to say what a tremendous job. And that's a culmination of decades of work to increase the housing stock and the range of available housing. And I was so impressed with what I saw. And I would also mention that I think they said that it was all full, but they have a waiting list, and that it's a great addition to the city's resources of places for people to live. Just wonderful, wonderful homes, accessible, room for families, and pet friendly. Just really, really fantastic work.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other announcements? Does the mayor have one? Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have one item on the consent agenda, which is the minutes of the February 17th meeting. Are there any requests for removals? Seeing no requests for removals, could we could I get a motion to approve the
I
consent?
make a motion to approve the minutes of February 17th, 2022.
Second.
And that works too. Okay, did we get a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. No discussion on the consent agenda. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Can you make her a co-host?
Oh, sure. Scrolling down to the M's. Having trouble locating. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. And Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next up is financial orders. And we have a financial order here that is the request for 2 readings. We don't do 2 readings anymore, but they're hoping we can approve this financial order tonight. And it's a financial here. Let's see, where is it? 22.031 in order to add $1,460 free cash to funds for CS vehicle replacement, ordered that 1,400 from the FY general fund undesignated fund balance free cash be appropriated and added to the appropriation of $63,000 for a total of $64,460 for the central services replacement of a city maintenance vehicle. And Mayor, would you like to speak to this?
Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to joke. Yeah, so this is the vehicle that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the capital improvement program, that this was an example of a vehicle that has gone up in cost and is now ready for pickup, but there's this additional cost that I think actually the city solicitor is challenging, but we want and desperately need to take possession of it. And so while he's sort of working his legal magic, we would like to take possession of this vehicle. I see the finance director just popped in, so I don't know if she has anything to add to that, but so this is, an additional appropriation that we need to be able to pick this up. Oh, I'm guessing, I can't tell if she's, okay, you don't have anything to add? Okay, I think I covered it, is what she's saying. Not that she can't unmute. Okay.
Okay. So the request here would be to suspend our rule of sending it forward to either the Finance Committee or the consent agenda for our next meeting. I would entertain a motion to suspend the rule.
I move to suspend the rules.
Okay, motion made by Councillor Moulton, and I believe seconded by Councillor Maori. Or did you have a question?
No, I was raising my hand to do the motion.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. I was being too polite.
Okay.
That's why we need those Jeopardy buzzers. I need that in the budget.
Okay.
Yes, second.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the rule, which means we're going to vote on it tonight. Any discussion on suspension of the rule? Seeing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash, Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay, and then Counselor Nash, of course. Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, so with the with the rules suspended, we can now entertain a motion to consider approving this tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading that they're requesting.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Labarge. Counselor
Second.
Miori, you want to give it another shot?
Second.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve this on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay. All right, with that complete, I am going to, I'm going to move up to next on the agenda, the resolution to adopt the capital improvement plan. And the, it's down on the menu, on our agenda here, but it's actually it's the next step in our process is to consider the resolution and supporting the plan. And that's what informs how the financial orders move forward. So it's a two-step process where we consider the plan, and then once the plan is approved or whatever we do, then the financial orders follow. So if everybody's okay with that, I'd like to discuss, like for us to take on the resolution to adopt the capital improvement program. Here, let's see, come on, computer. All right, 22.030, a resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2027, submitted to City Council on February 17th, 2022. Resolved that the city hereby adopts the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2027, submitted by the mayor on February 17th, 2022, in accordance with the Charter of Northampton, Massachusetts, Article 7, Finance and Fiscal Procedures, Section 7-5, Capital Improvement Program. So,
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Moulton. I see Counselor Jarrett's hand raised. Go ahead, Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, so unless we're going to suspend the rules, we would not be approving this tonight.
Oh,
We would
you know
be
what?
discussing and referring.
Yes. Okay.
Right, we have to suspend it.
So, yeah, thank you, Counselor Jarrett. Then would folks like to withdraw your motion for approval? Or we could consider that, and why don't we have the motion on the floor? Why don't we discuss whether or not we would like to approve this tonight? And so, Counselor Foster.
I have appreciated the amount of public input we've heard, the presentations from the department heads. I didn't see a note requesting a suspension of rules, so I would certainly like to keep our council rules unless there's something I'm missing, but for introduction with a vote at our next meeting.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to that? Counselor Jarrett.
if anyone else wants to speak first, that's fine, but I was just gonna say, yeah, we won't be approving any of the financial orders either unless we suspend the rules. We'll just be deciding what to do about them. So it seems in line to consider this, and then we'll be considering the others and deciding about referral. And we'll only make a final decision after in 2 weeks.
Okay. We have a motion, and Councillor Labarge, would you like to rescind your motion?
Yeah, I'd like
Okay.
to rescind it. Yep.
Okay. And so now it's just on the floor for discussion. And what are people's thoughts on how to proceed? Maybe we need more snacks.
I see you eating them. Just pass them through.
I am. I'm, So somebody was gonna, Councillor Foster.
Sorry, I raised my hand and then I saw others go up, but my recommendation would be that unless we have questions or need further information, that we take this back up at our next meeting. And then with the financial orders, those we can decide whether which, if any, we want to refer to finance or consent agenda and move through those.
Okay. Councillor Labarge.
Yes, I support that.
Okay. So the one thought I have on this, so I spent a lot of time on the phone with Attorney Seawald today to try to figure all of this out. And that I think in my mind, it's important that we keep the resolution next to the financial orders, but the resolution needs to happen first. And that the resolution, and so what's before us, the first thing we need to figure out is how we're going to proceed with the resolution. And so therefore I'm hesitant to keep the resolution with us, but then send the financial orders off somewhere else to be considered. Councillor Moulton.
If any of these financial orders are referred to finance, they would go to finance before the next council meeting and be coming back with some kind of a recommendation, so that we would be considering those orders. Any that don't go to finance will be on the consent agenda, as well as the resolution on March 17th. So we would be then we would be aligned. We would be taking up everything on at the same council meeting.
So, all right. So are you proposing we send the resolution as well to finance?
No, I'm simply saying that if we're not going to approve the resolution tonight, it will be on the March 17th agenda. Meanwhile, any financial orders that we want to send to finance will come back on the 17th as well.
Okay. So from my discussions with Attorney Seawald, that our task before us is to approve the plan, the CIP, and within that, it's the financial orders that come out of that. So if we don't approve the plan or we change the plan, that any of the financial orders are then brought forward by the mayor. Right now, the financial orders are here with the plan to show how they all line up, but that the task before us really is to approve the resolution or consider the resolution. Our task is to consider whether this is a good plan and if we want to move forward with it. And that technically, we may approve the plan as it is, and then the mayor's financial orders stay as they are. But there may be discussion about changing the plan, and then the mayor would change the financial orders. Councillor Jarrett.
Now, for the resolution, there isn't a particular time pressure in terms of the charter. We have until June 30th. But is there time pressure on those financial orders? Meaning, because here's the thing, say we decide in the next 2 weeks that we want to change the plan. And then that would mean we would then want to give the mayor time to revise those financial orders, which should be fine unless there is a particular time pressure on those financial orders that would mean a delay of an additional 2 weeks would be a problem.
Well, Mayor Scherer, would you like to speak to why we're under some time pressure here?
Sure. So I mentioned it earlier. One, it's where we are in the world at the moment, right? And the pressure of rising costs. But additionally, certain things like going out to bid and for particularly the money for the paving contract needs to be appropriated fairly soon for us to be able to kind of get on the appropriate schedule for that and be able to do that. So, that's why I was trying to get these to you all as soon as possible. Having gone back and looked a few years in the past, it's kind of all over the map when Mayor Narkowitz would bring them, but sometimes as early as I think the earliest was kind of late January, sometimes in February. There's, everyone's trying to go out to bid on jobs, and, we are trying to get on these different sort of schedules. And Director LaScalia, I don't know if you have anything to add about I'm looking to see if your camera pops on, about your items and sort of the time constraints on them.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just working through a headphone issue here. As far as the money for our paving contract, we do need to go out to bid on that because there is, particularly in this environment, there's definitely competition for the limited resources that are available. So the faster we get out to bid, the more likely it is that we will receive favorable bid prices. So for those who were on the council and recall some of the larger reconstruction projects we did, like Brooks Pit Road is a good example of this. We actually did that in the March-April timeframe, and we're able to save a considerable amount of money. So we really don't want to wait until the construction season has actually started in order to be able to execute a contract, particularly when we're talking about roadway construction.
Thank you, Director. So, Councillor Jarrett.
So here's my problem. Because there wasn't a note that we would be asking to vote on this tonight, I haven't read everything that I would like to read in the plan. I've read a bit, and I approve of what I've read, but I don't feel comfortable approving something that I haven't finished because I was not expecting to vote on it. There was no indication that that would be the case. So I would suggest that, that if there is anything we want to change, that there may be a possibility of having to delay that particular order, but hopefully that would not be the case. And we could be sensitive to the items which really should not be delayed.
Yeah, and Counselor Jarrett, just that I'm not advocating for us to vote on this tonight. That's off the table. That what I am saying though, that our work is to be addressed. Our work is to address is to focus on the plan and not the financial orders. That the mayor it's her prerogative to send forward the financial orders. It's our prerogative to have a say in how the plan looks. So I don't know if that's helpful. Mayor, give it another shot.
No, I was just going to say, you know, we didn't request it because we didn't anticipate that you were going to vote on this tonight. We thought you would follow the sort of new procedures that you all have. And, you know, so that's one of the reasons why we kind of hustled to get the plan out 2 weeks ago, was that so we could start the process tonight, knowing that there's sort of a built-in extra 2 weeks. So, you know, we need to move as fast as possible, but we didn't request for it to be voted on tonight because that wasn't something that we anticipated. In 8 years as a counselor, I've never seen the plan get changed by the council. So it's actually not something that I ever really considered. So I didn't factor that in terms of time frame. But I anticipated that you all would introduce the resolution tonight and then vote on it on the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
Counselor Elkins and then Counselor Labarge.
So it seems to me, and I'm not making the motion now, but our choices are either to to move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting, or a resolution like this, would it be referred out to finance? I mean, is it basically consent agenda or nothing? or referred out?
Well, I think the answer is that if we're going to refer anything out for discussion, it would be the resolution. In other words, the plan, the 300 plus pages of material that that we were presented tonight. So
I guess with that said, I would move it to the consent agenda, with the understanding that at the next meeting anything could be removed, or that we would have a mechanism to remove something if something warranted further discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Counselor Labarge and then Counselor Jarrett.
Yes, thank you, Counselor Elkins, because I was going to suggest that of placing it on the consent agenda. And I also want to say the mayor did come out and say, for all the years that she's been a counselor, a resolution has come to us, and we would go ahead and approve that resolution and open the door so that we can start going over all the financing. So she was absolutely correct about that, especially how it's made out, and we've never changed any language on it.
Thank you, Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, so our rules only state that financial orders are to be referred to the consent agenda or to the finance committee. So by default, the resolution will simply appear and we would discuss it. I mean, I guess we could suspend our rules or to move it to the consent agenda, but I would prefer that we just have it appear as a regular item and we get to discuss it at the next meeting.
Okay.
And that's fine, in which case I would withdraw my motion. I was just trying to understand how we move it ahead to the next meeting. Thank you, Councilor Jarrett.
Yep. Thank you, Counselor Jarrett. Any other thoughts? So it looks like the plan is for this resolution to go to the next agenda and we will discuss it then. And per Attorney Seawald's recommendation that we speak to the plan first, the next time, next meeting, we will address the resolution and the CIP before we address the financial orders, which will also be on the agenda. We think. We haven't talked to them, spoken to them yet. So, Councillor Foster.
Just I guess an early heads up or process question. It makes sense to me that the resolution appears on the agenda next week, as would be expected with a resolution. My question is if any of the financial orders, if by doing that, right, because my understanding is that we need to approve the resolution before we consider the financial orders, if any of those, if there would be a request for suspension of rules to consider next week. And you don't have to answer tonight, but if we could know ahead of time.
Well, so the financial orders are here tonight for us to look at, and
we get to.
They're essentially here for that first reading, and so so there is an opportunity for us next time to do both the resolution and the orders if council chooses to do that. And we would be following our rules. Okay. So no more hands going up. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So any amendments or changes, proposed changes would be discussed at that time, unless we were, right? At the next full council meeting.
Yes, and I would say that the changes would be to the CIP. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, no more hands going up. All right. So with that, financial orders. We have, I believe, people in the room who would like to, that are here for the animal control facility. So I would like to bring that, let's talk about that now. Now, if I could just find it on my agenda here. Where did it go? Yes, it's not the, there's all of those. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Number 10. Okay. Financial orders on second reading. 22.025 in an order to acquire property located at 196 Cook Avenue. This is in second reading. This is a financial order. It requires 6 votes for passage. It's for us to appropriate $100,000 from the receipts reserved for appropriation for the sale of land account. And this is to acquire property located at 196 Cook Avenue for an animal control facility. And so that's on the floor. Councilor Jarrett.
Move approval for purposes of discussion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Jarrett, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Discussion of approval. Councilor Foster.
My understanding from the Finance Committee meeting was that there was a request for some additional information tonight, and I just wanted to see if Director Fiden or Mayor Shara, as I noticed Shayla's here, if there's additional information you all would like to provide.
Certainly. So yes, there were a series of questions that were asked, and let me pull up my notes. And so Director Fiden and I are happy to answer them and kind of go through any other additional questions you may have. Before I start, first of all, again, I want to just thank all who have spoken about this, everyone who's contacted me, all of you, of course. We have been listening very intently to what the residents in that area have been saying, and we're really working very hard to address your concerns. We and I are deeply committed to finding a solution with sort of the least and most gentle impact on that area. Again, I just want to thank everyone for sharing with us their feelings, their thoughts, their questions. So on to some of the questions that we heard. One was about operating costs, or sort of the building. So this is going to be a high quality building that we're building. Will have a life expectancy of over 50 years. It's not going to be sort of a temporary building. And so it would be there for a long time and be a solid building. It won't have a lot of heavy traffic. It's not going to be like an office building that people are coming in and out of. It's not going to be a building like the fire station that's going to have constant movement in and out. It's going to have sort of minimum movement in and out with the ACOs. So it should not need a lot of maintenance or repairs to it. So it should last a good long time. It will meet all building codes for construction and meet energy codes for insulation. So the building and energy costs will be reduced. It will be designed with mini splits, so there'll be minimal heating costs, and electricity use would also be minimal. There'll be a washer dryer, and there's certainly things that will need electricity, but it won't need electricity on 24 hours a day. So those should be somewhat minimal costs, but additionally, it's going to have solar. The plan is for it to have solar on the roof. And given sort of a rough estimate of the operating energy use of about 17,500 kilowatt hours per year, we're projecting that the cost of electricity or energy use for that building would be about $4,300 a year. But we are also calculating that with a 14 kilowatt PV solar array, that would cover these energy costs. So it would be a net zero building. So I think that covers the question about operating costs and sort of the life cycle of that building. It would be a good quality permanent building. And other questions. So the ACOs that we have on a normal schedule, as you know, one of our ACOs is on leave, but on a normal schedule, our full-time ACO works 35 hours per week, and our part-time one works 20 hours per week. So there was a question of ACO number of hours that they're on duty. So that's that answer. And, I think a significant, we talked on, was this Tuesday, about the, annual expenditures that are in the OM budget now for animal control. So there are those costs. So for example, like FY21, $23,268. So those would be, there's a question of what are the operating costs. Those would still be operating costs. But questions in terms of savings, we would be saving on the contract with the kennel that we use now when they contract with us. We'd save on the per night cost. But probably the most significant savings, which is harder to quantify, is on ACO hours and on their time. We hear from the public that they're really frustrated that ACOs are not always available because they are kind of going all around trying to serve these animals that are in different locations, or they're going over to Amherst. And so they would have, their time would be concentrated in Northampton, and they would be able to serve, you know, their real mission and their purpose a lot in a better way. So, you know, we will gain sort of a lot of those hours back for the actual work of their jobs. Data is something also that people have been asking about. So as I said on Tuesday, I can give you some data. I've got some data from 2016 and 2017. So total calls in 2016 that the ACOs responded to were 1,395 calls. In 2017, 1,275 calls. These are, I will run down some different types of calls or categories of calls: loose dogs, dog complaints, dogs in hot cars, wild animals, wild animal calls, dog bites, quarantines, missing cats, cruelty investigations, and other animal calls. And then in terms of trying to calculate dogs in, at this time, this was the Amherst Kennel. I was trying to explain this to Councillor Jarrett earlier, and I haven't found a less clunky way to do it, but he got it. So I'm gonna use the same thing, which is I'm gonna call these dog nights. So in 2016, there were 299 dog nights. So what that means is a night and a dog, but it could be that there were like 3 dogs that night, or it could be that there's 1 dog that night. So it's not that there were 299 total nights that there were dogs. That's just in dog nights. It's late, it's been a long day. Anyone has a better way of phrasing that, I'm very, very happy to hear it. But
Doggy overnights?
Yeah.
Sure.
But was there a 3 dog night? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was hoping someone was going to go there. Appreciate
Can
that,
I-
Councilor Maori.
Can I just
So-
double check that I'm understanding a dog night correctly?
Yes, please.
Mayor, okay, or a 3 dog night. So there's a night, there are 3 dogs. Is that 3 dog night? Oh,
nights.
that's a 3 dog night.
That's a
Okay.
3 dog night. Right. So we get that, I get that number by having, by taking the kennel fee and dividing it by the total kennel fee for that year and dividing it by the fee per dog night, which is $15. And that is how I get total dog nights. Aren't you so glad you all asked for this? So that, you know, these are not an insignificant number of calls. Again, these dog nights don't include dogs that are not accepted at Amherst, right? So that facility doesn't accept a percentage of the dogs that we pick up. They're not able to handle them. So there are additional dog nights that are not calculated here, where the dog has spent the night somewhere else, and it's not that kennel.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Councilor Foster, because I probably should have said, I think a lot of the councilors were there at the finance meeting, but our neutral recommendation was waiting for the data, because we didn't have this data. So thank you to the mayor for bringing it. But I just didn't hear when you were looking at the cost. There's also the cost of the, you know, the carbon cost and the cost of transportation to Amherst. So that should be, you might have mentioned it, but that's an added cost.
Yes, I didn't mention it, but you're absolutely right. So there's the, you know, the additional cost for gasoline, you know, so that energy costs, wear and tear on a vehicle, that as well, in addition to the time that it takes. You know, there's one other thing I wanted to cover, particularly for Councilor Labarge, who, you know, really spoke about her concern about the animals in the facility being alone at night and not having someone on staff 24 hours a day. And I just, you know, I hear that concern. You know, I'm an animal lover too. As I said, they would be monitored. And I just wanted to share that that's not unusual, and actually is sort of standard for kennels, both private and municipal public kennels or facilities. And you know, a lot of the private kennels that when you go away on vacation and you have to board your dog, that's also the case. They're, you know, you're paying for that service, but it's not 24 hours a day. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why you have to pick up by a certain time, because at night they close, you know, they make sure the animals are fine. And I think generally they're monitored as well as they would be here, but that's not an unusual practice for these facilities.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes, Mayor, there are up on the hill, up by the mountain, there are houses right there where the kennel is. Even though it's monitored, they're there right at that house. And they're right there in that kennel when there's a problem. Also too, over by, which my son does take his dog there, the Australian cattle dog. And it's right next to the co-op. And it's a kennel there. Her house is right there. If there's a problem, she's right there. She's right there. So I do have great concerns about a dog in stress. I've seen it happen. And to me, you're talking about staff. You have one, I think, that lives in Pelham, and I don't know where the other two live. But anyways, I have concerns about the time part of it. You can have all the surveillance cameras going, but when you have a dog in stress, you don't know when you pick it up if it's a diabetic or not. You don't know also if there's any kind of a medical problem, period. Also too, I have a question of when a dog is picked up by our dog control officers. Some have chips and some don't. So if they have a chip, are they actually the dog control officers? Do they call the people immediately to come and pick up the dog, or are they leaving them at the kennel?
Let me try and check on that, whether we have a chip reader, I think is essentially your question, right? Yeah, we do, and they call right away. So if an animal is chipped, and we do have a chip reader, and so that's the first thing that they check for, and they call immediately when they get a chipped animal.
And do they come and pick them up right away, or do they stay overnight?
I think, I mean, I can't answer for the pet owners what they do. I know if it were my pet, I would go immediately and pick up my pet. You know, if someone is away, you know, we could go through a million different scenarios. I would assume that most get their animal as soon as they absolutely humanly possibly could, like any of us would. But if they're out of town and the animal had escaped, you know, then we would hold it and keep it safe until they could pick it up.
Right. And the reason why I'm asking you that, Mayor, is because you had mentioned, because I asked about the data, okay, for like 2019, 20, and 21. And you had stated something to the effect that, well, no, it was difficult because of the COVID and there was dogs all around. I don't know what that would have to do with that. If there is a dog that's loose, if they're chipped, they call the owners, or if not, the dogs are not chipped, and then they have to put them in the shelter. So I don't know why there wouldn't be any data for that, because they have to pick up the dogs anyways.
Yeah, if we get an animal, it doesn't matter when it's been in the last however many years, since there were chips. If we get an animal that has a chip, we contact that owner immediately.
Right.
And get it to them.
I would just
So
ask
that's actually a really good example of a situation where we wouldn't bring a dog over to Amherst. So if we have a dog that has a chip and we're trying to contact their owner, we're not going to schlep them over to Amherst, because we're hoping that they're going to get reunited with their family And we don't want to have them go overnight somewhere. So, so that's a situation where, you know, right now they would be held in the station, or they would be sort of held in one of these temporary locations that we're trying to place animals. But with a facility, they would go to our facility, which is in Northampton, and then they could very easily be reunited with their family.
Thank you.
Counselor Moulton.
So an associated question is the hours that the facility would be staffed. The 55 hours between the two ACOs would be over how many? 7 days? What would be the hours that it would actually have an ACO there?
I don't entirely know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that I could answer it because it's different than a regular sort of office job or like a desk job. So, you know, the ACOs would be moving in and out of the building and would be going on these calls for, you know, whatever animal reason that they're going. So, you know, there would be general operating hours. What they are, I don't know off the top of my head. And maybe they're, you know, since they're right now out of a 24/7 building, you know, maybe hours would have to be set. They obviously have working hours. I'm not sure what they are off the top of my head, but they would, you know, it's the kind of job where you are going out on calls. So they would be moving in and out of the building when they're on shift.
Yes, that I understand. I guess my question is really, would there be a weekend, for example, a 48-hour period where the dogs would be subject to monitoring rather than having?
Oh, no. I mean, they'd have to be fed and cared for.
Well, yes, but that could be done, you know, in a relatively short period of time by an ACO. So I mean, the question is, would you anticipate that there would be staffing spread over 7 days if there are animals being held at the facility?
Yes, there would. I mean, there would have to be able to care for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselors. Counselor Jarrett.
I thank you, Mayor, for talking with me earlier today. There were a couple of points that you made in our phone conversation. I wanted to make sure you've covered most of them, but one is that the contract fee is $15 a night plus $3,000 a year for Amherst presently. And the other was about how we're not fulfilling the unfunded mandate and the regulations. Do you want to speak to that?
I wouldn't call it an that was just sort of my way of describing it, but there are, you know, regulations that we should be following. I've talked about some of them in terms of, you know, washing bowls after every use, cleaning every blanket, and quarantine. We are supposed to have a quarantine room and an isolation room. There are a whole bunch of regulations that we're not able to fulfill without having a facility to be able to do that. So we are doing the very best that we can, but we are not serving the public or the animals in the way that we should be.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, Counselor Foster.
Thanks. First, I just wanted to acknowledge to the residents nearby who are still here. I'd communicated with a couple, but you know, I wished I could have been there on Monday for the sound test, and I had a work commitment I couldn't miss, so I was sorry to miss that. One question that I have that's come up a little bit, I've heard some concern from residents about dogs not from the animal control facility, but, from people visiting Fitzgerald Lake who may be reacting to dogs at the animal control facility, which brought up to me, I don't know if this can even be quantified, but I'm curious about how much time each day dogs would be outside. Like, I understand they'll only be there when an ACO is on site. They're gonna need bathroom breaks, but I'm just trying to wrap my own head around, is that like maybe an hour total over the course of the day? Just to kind of get a sense of what that may be.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure. One of these regulations is that they be given time outside of a building for some kind of exercise and air. But I think about an hour, maybe not an hour as a chunk, but maybe throughout the day at different times, maybe hour total would be a good estimation. And depending on how many dogs are there and how long an ACO could be there, maybe you would stagger. You might not have them all go out at the same time, right? And obviously they're not going to be intermingling. They would, they would have their own sort of separate space. So, when they're sort of cleaning out each kennel, they would then sort of have their time to be outside while their kennel's being cleaned, and then they'd come in and then the next one would go out. So it's not like you would have, every animal necessarily out at the same time.
Well, Mayor, I can back that assessment up of when the animals might be outside, through, working with folks up at the Franklin County dog shelter, that it's typically when the indoor kennels are being cleaned, and that it's a routine process every day that all of the spaces where the dogs are kept need to be sanitized. And there's a lot of attention to making sure that diseases are not, because in a animal control facility, you have animals in close proximity, and you don't want them contaminating each other with diseases, viruses, whatever. So that is part of the routine, and that when there are times when the dog is outdoors and they do make some noise, and then there's other times where they're completely chill and they don't make any noise. It really depends on the dogs. The way they react is very much the way we know various dogs in our lives react. Some would be completely fine and just lie on a dog bed, and others would be anxious or just want to get out and run around. And that's the variety of things that you see. And I do want to say that that the emphasis here is not to keep dogs. This is not a dog hotel. This is, that if a dog is at this facility, it's because we don't know who the owner is, and that the owner is out there wondering where their dog is or their cat. And so that whatever time is minimal. And so anyway.
Can I jump in real quick? That is a good point. And actually one of the other sort of legal components to this is that if we pick up a stray, legally, we have to hold that animal for 10 days to try and reunite them with their family. And then from there, we would move to try and, get them adopted out if we were clear that they didn't have a family or that their family had abandoned them. But we legally have to keep them for 10 days. So that's another reason why we need somewhere for them to be if their family doesn't come back right away.
Councillor Labarge.
Thank you. Absolutely correct about sanitizing. The regulations through the state is unbelievable, unbelievable. And there's reasons for that. Because some of the dogs, like the mayor was saying, you have to keep for 10 days. You don't even know if they've had all their shots at all. You don't know if they're carrying anything in their stools also. I have a problem, and I'm going to be honest about this, about the site in general. I'm not happy with it. And I am looking at quality of life for the dogs, for the cats, and also for the people who live in that site area. We've had difficulties now trying to find an area. I look at regional myself. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but we've tried 3 places. Every place that is suggested by residents, especially state property. Over by the jail, no, you can't have it there. You can't have it across the street. You can't have it off way down by Pertsford Road. That's out of line here. There are places, and I think no matter what, we go regional and work with other towns and so forth. I can't understand why that can't be done. If the city has worked out a process with the old state hospital run by the state, mayors sat down with the state and looked at opening those doors to put in the homes that are in there and affordable housing. So I have a problem here that we cannot find another area in the city of Northampton. It's become very, very difficult here because every time something is suggested, we cannot do it there. Anyways, I'm looking at the environment. I'm looking at what I saw with my own eyes at that first meeting, which several councilors did not attend, were residents who lived there on the abiding streets also, who complained about dogs being unleashed. Well, during our site visit, what happened? All of a sudden, these cars are coming in. They open up their doors. The dogs are out of the cars, unleashed. Not one. One car had 4, no leash on them. And one man complained about being bitten. And when I hear, especially when the decimal reading was taken, I was very uncomfortable with that. Very uncomfortable with the 3 types of barking at that site. I'm looking at, I don't know why the city doesn't just go ahead and buy that property and put up, and that building's there, that probably needs some work, some form of an educational area about people with the trails, the dogs, the love of dogs, of everything like that. I'm looking at the quality of life of these neighbors, and I think they deserve that. I think they've been very honest. They've worked hard at this. So that's my feelings about this.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Foster.
So I with all due respect, Councilor Labarge, I hear what you're saying, particularly the concerns around unleashed dogs. And I know that that's a challenge that Broadbrook has been dealing with and is a common complaint and issue that people walking at Fitzgerald Lake have brought up. And, you know, those aren't the dogs that would be needing to be reunited with their owners. The dogs that would be under the control of the animal control officer or in an animal control facility would be under the control of the animal control officer. They'd be indoors or they might be outdoors for some fresh air and exercise. So, you know, the dogs coming that are unleashed at Fitzgerald Lake, I really hear that that's a common concern, and that dogs, you know, maybe coming out in the parking lot, maybe barking, you know, all of that, but that those wouldn't be the dogs that would be a part of this proposal. You know, I'm really sensitive. I hear the neighbors' concerns, the concern about disturbance of barking. But at the same time, I've been to, my own dog goes to daycare, which is a completely different thing. But when I stand outside that building that's probably got 40 dogs, I can't hear them until I go inside. And, even, in the place, so the soundproofing can be done, and it is done. And Councillor Perry had spoken at a recent meeting, or at our last meeting, about having band practice in the same building as where there were 15 dogs. And so, Councillor Perry, I don't want to, put those words in, but I remember that discussion. And so, I think that I hear nobody wants to be living near and surrounded by constant barking sounds. Like that's not something that would be tenable for anybody. But we also know that buildings can be constructed with soundproofing, and that there's actually significant information out about how to do that. And Director Fiden has spoken as well to the point that the city does need to follow regulations about how much sound could be coming from a facility. So I just wanted to sort of turn that back. And I have visited that site a couple of times. And I think one of the challenges we're looking at in Northampton is Northampton's really built up. We live everywhere. There are people and businesses, in most of the land in Northampton, which is one of the real challenges of finding a location that is far from people, is that there really are not many locations that are far from people that are also viable for a site. And I've heard many of the suggestions, and there've been a lot of tireless work going into the sort of the research and the answers of the challenges. And it's true, like it would be great if there were a piece of property far from anybody's land that this could go on, so we don't even have to worry about dog barking. But that doesn't seem to be what's in front of us. So I just wanted to, bring that up.
Councillor Elkins, then Councillor Moulton.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. So first of all, I want to say, it's certainly, I appreciate how many people have come out and spoken on these issues, and also reached out by email. And I've also done my best to reach out to people who aren't necessarily going to be coming to the meetings and asking about what they think. And so I definitely want people to know and understand that you're heard, just because we aren't able in every case to respond or have an in-depth conversation and all that sort of things. That absolutely, we are hearing you, and I've been very informed by this process. And I listened in on the finance meeting as well as the last meeting. I want to also say, of course, it's not before us whether or not we have one that's a prior counselor, but I'm very convinced of the need. I mean, as a pet owner myself, I would be distraught to find that one of my pets had gone missing, and that had been, and to know that they were in the care of trained professionals in the city in an appropriate place. It means a lot to me, and I think it's a responsibility and obligation of the city. And I very much agree that the current circumstances is untenable. Folks are talking about the sort of stress of being in a kennel. And it's been suggested, things like being in the fire department. I cannot imagine a lost dog separated from its owner anything more stressful than being in a police garage or a fire station with those sirens. That sounds. I have one dog who would die of a heart attack, I think, in that circumstance. So that aside, I do have to say there's a few things that strike me. One is that we have, as far as this particular location, many of us know it and love it. We use it. That it's currently in the hands of a private property owner that lets us all come and park there, and does nothing to maintain it. That property is derelict and unsafe, and not maintained. Every person who parks there takes their car's axle in its own hands. And that's not quite the expression I'm going for, but it strikes me that having it become a city-owned building would actually be a vast improvement to the current circumstance. That would improve its usability, both for what we're looking at it for, and also for the uses that we've already had and continue to do. I also think it strikes me that proximity of animal control officers to that conservation area being in and out should encourage leash compliance. I mean, that's a separate question. It doesn't, it's not really before us, but I've heard a number of residents speak to that, and it seems to me that folks are not going to come out when they know the animal control officer is right there and immediately let the dogs out on leash. Maybe it's probably wishful thinking on my part, but I tend to think it would encourage compliance, and that is just sort of an extra benefit. It also strikes me that the cost benefit for this particular piece of property relative to other places that have been considered, we're going to be hard pressed to find something that is as fiscally responsible and economic to the city, that is already on existing infrastructure, that is appropriate to the circumstances. And then finally, the last thing I would say is that I was there at the acoustic experiment, and I appreciate the effort that was put into that. I also in my time on the planning board, we dealt with this all the time. I mean, this was exactly the kinds of things that neighbors and abutters would come and talk to us about. And every time their concerns were legitimate and totally, we totally hear them. In that context, we didn't always have the ability to turn down a site permit in the way that we could do here. It's a different kind of discretion and a choice. But what I can say is that I'm very confident that the materials that we have to deal with sound control, and that the way that these buildings can be designed, I'm exceedingly confident that we can control the sound and can address those concerns. And both in terms of what can be heard and also what can be heard to the dogs, visiting dogs. So in no way do I suggest that it's going to be totally quiet, and that, but I don't see it. I have a hard time imagining that we're looking at a situation where we're adding to the sort of the net noise effect of that area, given its current use. I guess I would just close, and I'm thinking, I'm wanting to listen to what everybody else has to say. That being said, this has been a priority for the city for a long time. It's very important service and obligation of the city, and we're kind of working our way into a situation where we're never going to find a place to put it. And I don't think it needs to be regional. I think we've committed ourselves to this and agreed as a city that this is something we need to do. And I don't want us to get in a situation where this is the reaction we get every single time, and the process that we go through to never have it placed.
Yeah, so I'm going to hop in here. So this will be the third time that I've been voting on this facility. The funding for this the initial funding was voted on, I think, 3 years ago. Mayor Shara will know this better than me. And then we basically doubled that amount because we needed more money to build the facility. The money for the facility has already been set aside. What's up for discussion here really is the $100,000. And as Councilor Elkins has pointed out, that's a really reasonable fee, price for some property in Northampton. This is about caring for animals. This reflects our values here in Northampton. That we, if anything, we are a tree city, but I consider us a dog-loving city as well. We have dogs everywhere, and that they're very much a part of our culture. and that everybody wants to care for them. I want to say that that the benefits of having the facility here, it's less travel for the ACO. They're actually here in Northampton rather than being 45 minutes an hour away because they're heading to Hadley or to Amherst. They're actually here in Northampton and can be available to serve our animals here. And then the last thing I want to say, this reminds me of a lot of infill discussions that we have that has to do where people are concerned about what's coming in, and you know what, I know what that's like. There's you get worried about what's about to happen, and that I think that if this moves forward and the facility is built, I think these neighbors are actually going to be surprised about what they're getting, that they're actually getting neighbors, that they're getting a facility that's performing a really great service for our community. And that piece often just doesn't get figured into the equation when we worry about the incoming development or whatever it is. That this is about better knitting together our community, and that and the last thing I'll sum it up with, I live, well, as all of the counselors know, I think I live about a block away from the wastewater facility, and that we did a tour there, and sometimes it smells, and I've had some neighbors complain about it, but you know what? We know that I'm not going to ask for somebody to move the wastewater facility. It's part of being here in Northampton. We need the facility. There's also there's 91 that's right over that way, and it makes a lot of noise, and that part of being part of the community is that that there's going to be times where we have to just suck it up a little, and yes, there's probably some barking dogs, but you know what, there's already barking dogs in this neighborhood, and in my neighborhood too, by the way. So anyway, I will support this acquisition, and I'm interested in hearing what others have to say. Maybe we can get a motion on the floor. Any hands raised or? Oh, do we have a motion, Laura?
We have a motion on the floor. Yeah.
All right, it's already on the floor. There we go. Okay. Jim's getting tired. Okay, Stan.
Thank you. Thank you, President Nash. I'd like to ask either the mayor or Director Fiden to, if this does move forward, to outline an estimated timeline on the process of designing the building. And I'm particularly concerned about decision about parking and making sure that neighbors have an opportunity to weigh in on the number of parking spaces that would be permitted at the site.
Director Fiden has diligently been waiting all night, so I'm going to let him go ahead.
My moment of glory. Councilor, I can answer the first part. So the site planning part, sort of the layout, my office will be involved with that, supporting central services. And we clearly, when we're at the sort of, are we going or not going, it's hard to get in that detailed conversation, but we're certainly pledging to the neighborhood that we will do another community meeting and get input about things like parking, and particularly parking. Because we've heard from most people at Pines Edge who spoke about it, wanted parking so it wouldn't be spillover. One woman at the first site visit didn't want much parking because she thought it would attract more traffic. I think that's the conversation that we're very open about, and we're pledged to meet with them. So my office will be involved with the site plan, so the horizontal part. The building itself will go to central services to do the design, working with the ACOs, and I don't know the timeline for that.
Counselor Elkins, then Counselor Moulton.
And Director Fiden, I assume that the site plan would go to the planning board at some point, correct?
Yeah, we certainly need to go to the planning board for the parking lot itself. The building
Mhm.
size may or may not hit the threshold, but the parking lot actually needs site plan approval. And it's also going to need a wetlands permit as well.
Okay, so it conceivably is going to go through a couple of boards and commissions.
That's
So
correct.
I guess I'd also just like to reassure that if you have not enjoyed the loveliness of a planning board meeting or conservation committee meeting, that I mean, part of the reason I ran for this role is because of what I saw sort of engendered in those conversations with neighbors, and the ability that we had to, even when it wasn't necessarily in our power, what we had the discretion to say, you can and can't happen, that we could foster conversations that were very specific to people's concerns, and with the city even more so. It is the case that yeah, it's very much the case. The city's going to be more attentive than the average developer, I think, but many of whom are very, very attentive. So I can assure whatever happens tonight, if this goes forward to every neighbor, this is not going to be your last time to have your specific concerns addressed and brought forward and have an opportunity. And frankly, in places that can do more to address the concerns than we can here.
Thank you, Counselor Elkins. Counselor Moulton.
So just to underscore that, specifically, the planning board would sign off on the parking configuration. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. So there will be opportunities both at the Conservation Commission, at the Planning Board, for neighbors to continue to be engaged with this. In addition, and I appreciate Director Fiden, your pledge to have a neighborhood meeting to discuss the desired parking, and I think that neighbors should be a part of that, certainly, to alleviate their concerns about increased traffic in that area. I guess the other thing I would say, I do want to specify the numbers that were attributed to me earlier. I think you all got the petition Monday that was done in that neighborhood. 44 of the 55 households signed on to the petition opposing the kennel. I have heard from, this is personal communication to me, from close to 50 people, 20 those who expressed either opposition or support for this site. 24 oppose it, 19 support it. And that's from throughout Ward 1. And again, most of the immediate neighbors do oppose it, although that's not unanimous. We've heard from several people who live in the immediate neighborhood who do support this. And to echo what President Nash said, Ward 1 is not an island. All of us, every ward in the city depends on centralized municipal services that are spread through various wards in the city. And this is something that has been well, the need for an animal control facility in Northampton has been well vetted. 2 previous city councils approved money for it in 2017 and last year with the additional $400,000 that was approved unanimously by the council last April. And I reviewed the minutes of that meeting today, and all of that discussion was about the site for a facility, not about the need for a facility. So this has been a long felt need in Northampton, and I'm very sensitive to the to the concerns that have been raised by the immediate neighbors. And like others have said tonight, like other councilors have said tonight, I feel that that the noise mitigation will work. We have besides the building construction, we have the additional option of an earthen berm. And I do feel that the concerns about parking will be subject to neighborhood engagement and further consideration by other boards in the city. So I feel that at this time, this is what we're really talking about is humane treatment of animals, and there are, we're a city where there are close to 2,000 licensed dogs. So I think it's time for us to move positively on this.
Councillor Jarrett, then Councillor Maori.
I just had a quick question for Director Fiden. You've stated you've made a commitment to the level of soundproofing that would mean that no more than 65 decibels would be emitted, right outside the building. But you might choose to go with the additional that would bring it down to 57 decibels. How will you make that decision? In terms of the requirements, I think like zoning requirements, 65 decibels is probably sufficient by the time it gets to the property line. It would be well within, that's my guess. But so how will you make that decision to put in 57? Because obviously 57 would be a better choice for the neighborhood. I think we can say that outright, because that would lower the sound.
So that's a decision they made during the design process. So the city goes through design selection, hires an architect. And so it's sort of like when you insulate your house, right? We used to insulate with 4-inch insulation, now sometimes 6, now sometimes 8, but you wouldn't do 36 inches because there'd be an enormous diminishing returns. So we'd be looking for what, and again, I'm not a sound person, so I don't know what that number is, but what's the point where a little more investment that keeps reducing the sound, that's worth doing. But at the point where we take an enormous investment, if the benefits are really incremental, that's where we'd stop it. So I don't really know what that number is, but that's what we're looking for, the maximum amount of insulation we can get within the building or inside the building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion, questions? Councillor Maori.
Yeah. I was just going to really commend Councillor Moulton on his thorough kind of investigation into this and his response to his constituents. And it's not an easy place to be, and I feel like he's really spent time and done more than due diligence in terms of thinking about his residents and balancing all these needs. It's not easy, and I think we can all understand the fears. I mean, I would have the same fears of something new in my neighborhood and it going wrong, and there's the feeling of peril, and that brings up anxiety, and I feel for the residents, and I really. I wish we could just build it where that was just not, no one had to feel anxious even for a little while. But the dual use, I mean, I think what strikes me as a positive is that, we're not, it sounds like, we're not coming in and saying, we're not noticing where we are and we're just going to do our thing. There's a responsiveness that I'm hearing about a dual use, a willingness to kind of see if there's some ways for residents to get something out of it that feels like a positive. And so I think, that to me it was the important piece, that we don't just kind of bulldoze in and say, we're not going to look around and see what anyone wants, or we're going to ignore where we are in the city. And so what I'm hearing is that there's, a real willingness to work with residents moving forward. And I think that'll be important. I hope if, there's some signage or just a bench, whatever, I don't know what it would be, but I think that those little things really matter. If you look over and you're a resident and you feel like you had some say over a part of it, I think that's a big deal. And so it's that responsiveness which, and it wasn't a done deal. Someone said that at the, at the finance meeting, is this a done deal? And I'd say, no, it really, I really have personally keeping my mind very open because of the concern of the residents. The dual use and the responsiveness I'm hearing from the city is enough for me to support this going forward. I get wordier as I get tired, sorry.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yeah, I can weigh in here. I've really appreciated all the information that I've gotten in just in the last couple of days. That has been helpful. I would say that 7 of the 9 of us represent a particular ward, but we make decisions for the whole city, and we have to make decisions from that perspective while taking the abutters into consideration. I do think we have a need for this. I'll echo what others have said. In terms of a cost, it's important to remember this is a capital expense, and that we would expense this, we would, the benefits of this will be felt over many, many years. And if you look at that on a per year basis, it's actually not a considerable amount on a per year basis. So it's an investment there. And then the sound, I do want to see as much soundproofing as we possibly can get here. And I understand that the test was only an approximation, but it gave me enough of an idea that I can feel comfortable moving over. I often think, okay, we can't. Not all neighborhoods are alike. There's very different sounds in different neighborhoods already, but would I be okay with this 300 feet away from my house? And I felt like, yes, I would be okay with that. And it's not my house, so I don't, but it's important to me to at least consider that in my mind. Then we have the co-benefits of a better parking situation, having the animal control officer there, the opportunity for more education and information, and Broadbrook Coalition to have more space there. And it's a tough decision, and it's a compromise like many of our decisions, but I do feel comfortable supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Gore.
I just hearing all the public comment and hearing everyone else's comments, I'm really torn about this. I also hearing that it's on Native American land is kind of disturbing.
Yep.
I would like it to be a conservation area, educational area. That would be nice. I hear that there's been a lot of different discussion about different locations for this animal control center. And I hear that too. So I hear I'm listening to a lot of different things, and it's going to be a hard decision for me to make whether or not to support this going forward. But I do want to just clarify that the money, the $750,000 has already been approved to be spent. Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
I can answer quickly if that's helpful to you. So this money has already been appropriated 2 separate times. Council President Nash was talking about this earlier. So in 2018, to animal control facility was on the capital improvement plan, same thing we're discussing tonight, an appropriation for that. And then just last spring, last April, I think it was, so a little bit less than a year ago, Mayor Narkowitz brought forward another appropriation because the design group had looked at the plans and said that the money that had been appropriated in 2018 was not going to be sufficient to create a building. And he was looking at another site, and so he wanted to ensure that if he was going to go forward and try and get this done at the site where it did not happen, that the council was going to, will approve the funding for it. So he brought the funding first to make sure that the funding would be available to move forward. So that was done last April with a good deal of the folks here tonight. And they appropriated an additional, I think it was 400,000. I might be confusing the first and the second one, but, or 4,000. What'd you say, Councilor Labarge?
I forget, 4,000 something.
One's 4,425,000.
I know.
Sorry, I'm really tired. 400,000, excuse me. Okay.
Councilor Moulton, I believe.
Yes,
has-
I checked this.
Yeah.
It is the initial capital improvement amount in the FY 2018 plan was 395,000.
Mhm.
The additional money last April is 400,000. So it's a total of 795,000 that's been committed.
Okay, thank you.
We're pretty
Yes.
close, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So Councilor Gore, yes, all of the money for this building has fully been appropriated. The only thing that's before you this evening is to acquire this property.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Labarge.
Right, and that appropriation was for finding a site to put a new shelter in. Strictly for that. And as long as I've been a councilor, Mayor, we've looked around 3 times and each one was not suitable.
Oh, for sure. And actually, I mean, 3 times has there been sort of significant discussions, but there have been dozens or, at least a dozen, if not more, locations that have been considered and looked at and investigated as possibilities, just hadn't gotten to, the point that you're talking about. But so the appropriations were to create, the goal had been, and actually from one of the conversations that you're talking about in your ward, we heard that there was a concern about purchasing land to do this. So then we started looking just for municipal land. This, as we've talked about tonight, has a significant enough dual purpose or added benefit of being able to preserve access to this really important conservation land that we feel like it would be a good piece of property to purchase for a price that became reasonable for us to have that dual purpose while also be a site for this facility.
Okay. Councilor Perry.
First, I want to thank everybody for their because I too, like Councilor Gore, have been really mulling this over in my head because I do understand the need to listen to the people who are in the area, the residents. But as Councilor Jarrett said, sometimes you have to think of the bigger picture and move out. And I don't think there is a question whether or not we need this facility. I am interested in the fact that it is, conservation land and some of that. And I really, whether it's signage or things like that, I think that we could do some things to really give back to the community and educate people about the history of that land, because I think that education is very important. Also, I understand that new things in any neighborhood are going to be difficult. And unfortunately, we live in a world where there's never going to be a perfect solution for things like this. And I've thought a lot about it, and I just coming from my background, I do know that I think if we put the money and the effort into it, we can get the sound down to a level which would be acceptable for most people. And again, for some people, it won't be, because not everyone sleeps as heavy as other people. We all live different lives. But I think that it should be noted that we have given a lot of time to this over the years. And I think that sometimes we have to move forward, as Councilor Moulton said, and take some action. And I'm getting the sense that this is not the last step in this process. And that, so it's not passing the buck on, but it's also understanding that there will be more comments, there will be a chance to address some of these issues. And so, I'm feeling a little more comfortable, and I want to thank everyone for their discussions. And we'll see how this goes.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, I just want to add that I texted with former Mayor Narcoitz many times saying, come down to Ward 3, let's find a site. And yeah, so I Councillor Jarrett mentioning that we represent different areas, and but I just want people to know I enthusiastically, see, my ward as being part of the city, and and wanted to be part of that, and so I advocated. But anyway, so I think we're ready to vote now.
Yes, let's move it.
Okay, no more discussion. I see. Laura, can you take the roll?
Sure. Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
No.
Okay, that passes 8-1. How's everybody doing? You need another break for 5 minutes? Or
5-minute break.
we have a number of items, but I think a bunch of them are going to go pretty quick. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
We're going to get some work done here. All right, 5-minute break. Everybody back at 11:49.
Woo. I'm getting tired, Laura.
Getting tired?
Yeah, I've been there for a while now.
I'm with you, counselor. Yeah.
Exhausted. Do you have any court cases tomorrow, Marissa?
No court tomorrow.
Thank God. We all look like we're in good shape.
Yeah, you know, that 5-minute break and I feel no more rested.
Especially to get up and walk around.
Yeah, well, I was playing a little guitar.
My very elderly dog is very confused why I'm still awake.
Me too. Mine tried to go out again on this break, and I was like, no, I'm not falling for that again.
This is the time when like the main act would go on at Bishop's Lounge.
So Garrett, this is
You're
nothing
fresh?
for you.
Yeah. It's like it's like the changeover time right here. What is it? It's Thursday? Reggae night's still going. It's like 2 more out.
Derek, did Barbara ever call you?
I did talk to her. Everything is set up.
Oh,
Well, it will be set up.
she's a great individual.
Okay. All right. You still missing people? Oh.
That's what happens when we sit back in our chairs.
Yeah.
On planning board, Sam Taylor, we get to motion to adjourn and he'd always turn off the Zoom before he'd voted. So we always just took that as a yes vote.
Okay. Well, I think we're all meandering back in here. So, okay. We're going to start working our way back down the agenda. Let's go to number 9, the package of 11 financial orders that related to the capital improvement program. I think we have an idea of what we're going to do with these based on our conversation earlier, but you never know. So let's start talking about the package of 11 financial orders to implement the FY 2023 to FY 2027 capital improvement program. Where are you at, counselors? Counselor Maori.
So I just, maybe it would be useful, especially with the counselors, to just go over the options. I mean, or maybe I'm tired, so I'm talking out loud.
Sure.
So the options are, we could refer it to finance or another subcommittee.
Right.
We could refer it to the consent agenda and I'll dive in together. Is there any other option I'm not thinking of because I'm tired?
I believe those are the
those are the two
options we
options.
have per the rules.
Yeah.
And
I just wanted to kind of frame it. And yeah, I guess I would say that I could see an argument for both, actually. I mean, finance is kind of a natural place to send it, but also, you know, when our new structure, part of the idea is if there's something everyone wants to delve in together, you know, it's a legitimate, it's, you know, it seems legitimate to also bring it to the consent agenda, so.
Counselor Labarge.
Right, I have to agree. I think we should go and look at these, make a decision, either to send it to finance committee or either place it on the consent agenda. And that shouldn't take us that long to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So was that a motion for one or the other,
That
or?
was a motion.
For what?
Well, it seems to be a motion for both.
I think Councilor Murier explained it very thoroughly. And I have to agree with that. Either the consent agenda, send it, or if not, send it to finance.
I would move to send it to the consent agenda.
Okay, that is a motion made by Counselor Elkins. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Counselor Labarge seconded. Counselor Jarrett.
So your proposed, the motion is to move all 11 financial orders. To the
Oh yeah,
consent
that's a good point. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, since we haven't started talking about them.
Thank you, Counselor Jarrett.
I would like us to go through and, see if there are questions, have the mayor speak to each one, and then have us make the decision. And it would be fine, I think, if we made that decision as a group, but I would like to see that happen after we get to discuss it. So perhaps we could, that motion can just sit there on the floor, I guess, and we can hear about each of these and ask our questions, and then decide whether we want to kind of remove some of those from that motion and send them to finance, or pass it them all as a group. How does that sound to folks?
That's what I had suggested. Rachel had suggested either going to finance, if not placing it on the consent agenda. Correct, Councilor Miori?
Yep. That's what I suggested. Yeah. And you suggest.
So how about I say I make the motion to move it to the consent agenda to put it on the floor for discussion.
Okay. So we have all 11 items on the floor for discussion and introduction. Okay. We have item A, which is 22.032. Somebody interrupted me?
Did I yawn really loud? Sorry.
I'm doing it okay? All right, all right. In order to approve appropriating Smith College gift towards 21st century classroom technology project. It's pretty straightforward. Whereas Smith announced in December 2021 its commitment to contribute $500,000 over 3 years to be used as the mayor's discretion to support the city's strategic priorities. Now, therefore, it be ordered pursuant to the capital improvements program, $167,667 be appropriated using the first year's gift from Smith College for information technology 21st century classroom technology project.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move it to the consent agenda.
Well, Counselor, they're already as a
Oh,
group.
I'm sorry.
I think so. So that's that item is here. Do people have questions for the mayor around this? I believe she mentioned this earlier.
She did.
And that she was proud of her alma mater for stepping forward.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, Mayor, could you just speak in a little more detail about what this program is?
I can try, and also, I could have Director Pagan come to the next meeting if you want more detail. But I remember when we discussed this, and Director Nardi, help me if you have, or Counselor Elkins too. When we discussed this in the Capital Improvements Committee, Dina Levy, who was the school committee member who was on it, was really excited about this. It's about modernizing our classrooms. During the pandemic, it was forced upon a lot of our educators to have to use all kinds of digital technology in a way that they never had been for their classes. And then now when we've come back into the schools, it's sort of been apparent that we need to upgrade our equipment and modernize it for sort of more interactive digital teaching. So this is funded, I believe, over a few years, but this would be the first year of funding for it. And as I said, we often use gifts from Smith to further educational goals, sort of stay within the mission of what they do and apply it to our public schools. So we were happy to be able to use it for this project.
Councilor Moulton.
So would that be applied to all schools in the city?
Yes, it would be applied to all schools in the city. And sorry, I'm just pulling it up super quick. It's funding for the next 3 years at 200,000 for FY 23-24, and then 240,000 in FY 25.
Okay. All right. People satisfied with that one?
Yep.
All right. The next one is, they all start to look alike here. 22.033 FY 23 SIP, in order to authorize borrowing $594,900 for DPW vehicles. Open this up. Oh, Laura's doing that. Be ordered that $594,900 is appropriated to pay cost of acquiring various vehicles and other equipment for the Department of Public Works, including all costs incidental and related thereto that meet this appropriation. The treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under Chapter 44, Section 7, 1 of the general laws, are pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the city therefore, and that the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary or convenient to carry out this project. Mayor, would you like to speak to this?
Actually, I see Director LaSalle is still here, and actually her image is in front of a DPW vehicle. Now it's her face. So I would think, there she is. There she is. Since she has stayed here till midnight to potentially talk about this, I'm going to let her speak on it.
Thank you, Mayor. So we keep a very detailed inventory of all of our equipment, the bulk of which is highly specialized for our many and varied operations. So the order that you have will cover new vehicles for streets and forestry, parks, and cemeteries. And these are the specialized vehicles that we need to clear snow, that we need to engage in pothole patching operations, sidewalk repairs, and also operations within forestry, parks, and cemetery. Typically, the way we manage our inventory is that we have stricter placement schedules that generally take our specialty vehicles and expect a life expectancy of between 15 and 20 years, at which point parts can become obsolete, and it can become impossible to repair them. And we also have a reliability problem where we need the vehicle to mobilize in an instant, and it is not available. So I put together a fairly detailed Excel workbook of vehicles that's included with the capital plan that runs out for the next 5 years. So the 2023 vehicles that we're looking to replace are a 6-wheel dump truck that is going to cost us close to $300,000. And even that price is a little bit questionable given the climate in which we're operating in right now. And then a series of smaller expenditures which will help us with our pothole patching, sidewalk repair operations, and a tractor for the Forestry Parks and Cemeteries Division.
That was great. Thank you. Councillor Labarge.
Yes, Donna, thank you for the tour. It was great. And I did mention about, when you see something, it really catches your eye. And you've been to the budget hearings and so forth on the wards and that. And what I saw of what you explained of having new equipment, that as a director, I think it would be really great that you have some form of a slide or something to show people exactly how bad off our equipment is, so they understand and they're being educated. If they don't see what we saw, they just think, oh, we're wasting money. And I saw we're not wasting money because we need it in order to operate, to do our sidewalks, to do the plowing, whatever, the cemetery work right down the line. So to me, that's very, very valuable that you actually do show a slide to people of where that money's going. Because it's in dire need, there's no question about it. And we can talk to our residents about it, but seeing it really makes a difference. Thank you.
Councillor Jerry.
You mentioned, and I saw that the sidewalk paver, it would be a new addition to our fleet. Is this so this will assist us in repairing sidewalks, or will this be where we are when we're redoing a street, we'll be repaving? Why are we doing this in-house now?
This is it. What we find is that we have capabilities in-house as a maintenance crew. The large capital expenditures to completely reconstruct sidewalks or to make a new sidewalk where one does not already exist is typically contracted work that is done in conjunction with larger roadway projects, or is grant work that can be managed through the planning department. So what this machine would do would just give us the ability to more easily make repairs to sections of sidewalk which are in poor condition. Is a lot of handwork that we currently do. Where we have transitions where the sidewalk meets a driveway, for example, where the grades can settle and there's like flooding, which causes icing issues. So this is what this is designed to do, is just help us kind of remove a lot of the manual labor that goes into our maintenance activities. It's not meant to be a capital construction tool.
Well, I'm very excited about us being able to do sidewalk repairs more easily. There's quite a backlog, and looking forward to both the additional money that's been, assigned. No, that's not the word, but appropriated for sidewalks, and having this, be able to use that money more effectively. Great.
Okay. All right. I think that item has been introduced. Oh, Councillor Maori.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the director about in your field, looking at carbon neutral options, electric, hybrid. Are your vehicles specialized in a way that there's just not that option, or does it exist, and that kind of thing? Just trying to think of climate issues at every turn with our budget here. So
I think that the bulk of our equipment is classified as heavy and specialized equipment for which an electric option does not exist. What I will say is that mowers are actually starting with better and more advanced technology. So we recently purchased the first electric mower, ride-on mower in the fleet. It actually mows down at Bridge Street Cemetery. And it's a ride on zero turn, definitely more expensive than a conventional gas or diesel powered option. So when we do have an opportunity to take this specialized equipment and transition to electric, we certainly take that. We actually have electric chainsaws and electric weed whackers to the extent possible. But we're definitely not there with the things that you see on the plan in front of us. The technology is definitely improving. I think Ford and Chevy have announced a pickup truck, first light duty pickup truck, will be coming out. Looks to be priced, six-figure price tag associated with that. But obviously they'll likely be transitioning to heavier trucks in the future. But we're definitely not there. But to the extent that we can do it, we do.
Yeah, Rich personally seems be enamored with that mower. I don't know if he's given it a pet name yet, but he did say it was a lot quieter, which is nice, but it is more expensive. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. Donna, question. When we did that site visit at DPW, and you showed us the equipment that was in one of the buildings, and it was a John Deere, it was huge. What was that cost of repair? I know that figure was right up there that you talked about. What was the cost of repairing that?
Are you referring to the grader, Counselor? The John Deere grader?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was the John Deere grader. It was in excess of $300,000. We purchased it a couple of years ago, and it replaced a 1981 unit. So 1981 was many years ago, and we kept the old unit running as long as we possibly could, but we were running into a situation where we actually couldn't get parts for it anymore. The grader plows the downtown business district, including Main Street. It's actually how we remove snow on Main Street. So when we need that grader to run, we do need it to be able to run for us. So we're grateful to have received the money to replace it.
I have one more question. On the sidewalks, I wish there was some way that we could get more money added on, because there are sidewalks that need to be reconstructed right by Florence Heights coming down that hill. For over 20-something years, we've been complaining it's deplorable, and especially people who are disabled, even wheelchairs. And Councilor Jared and I did a site visit with Keith Benoit, and he took pictures of it. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take so that we can get this extra money and redo and reconstruct that sidewalk. That's all. That's
Thank
a
you.
wish list, that we could find more money.
Thank you, Counselor. We do have to be careful, if we are creating new sidewalks, we do need to make sure that they are compliant both in width and in grade. And that's typically very specialized work that is best done by a contractor. Our priority at this point is really to deal with the significant trip hazards that we have in various locations around the city, kind of raised panels that are caused by a variety of reasons, or sunken panels, or missing sections. That's the sort of maintenance activities that we feel it's best we focus our internal resources on.
Thank you.
Okay, next. All right. C 22.034 FY23 SIP. In order of, did I do this one? No, in order to authorize borrowing 1.5 million for road reconstruction projects. Ordered that the sum of $1,500,000, oh boy, is appropriated to pay costs of roadway engineering design and reconstruction, including all costs of incidental and related thereto that meet this appropriation. The treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under chapter 44. I'll skip the rest. So, so this is in order for us to borrow $1.5 million to repair roads. Mayor, do you want to speak to this? Director LaScalia?
I am gonna let Director LaScalia speak.
She's been napping the whole time, so, you know, she's fresh.
Really?
This year, what we are recommending we do is have an eye towards preserving the investment that we have made over the last more than a decade. So we have more than 160 miles of roadways that we're responsible for maintaining, and the typical service life of a newly reconstructed roadway is between 20 to 30 years. And it really depends on a lot of factors, is to if you hit 20 or 30 years, or if you actually potentially, have less than that. Drainage issues can make it less, and good drainage can make it more. With that said, the city has invested through bonds like this and through the Chapter 90 funds, which are allocated to us every year, millions and millions of dollars in trying to bring our major arterial roads back up to a level where they're actually not riddled with potholes and not constantly being maintained, causing damage to people's cars, and providing a level of stability to folks. So what we recommend this year is preserving our investment in Route 66, which was reconstructed back in 2009. So we are recommending what is called a Cape Seal. And a Cape Seal is a very, very thin overlay of a combination of asphalt that's mixed with aggregate and actually recycled rubber. And it's put on in 2 layers that are each about 3/8 of an inch thick. And what that does is it buys another decade at least of service life to a roadway which is starting to degrade. So we are recommending that we do this Cape Seal treatment to Route 66 from Florence Road to the West Hampton Town Line. It's 3.6 miles. To West Farms Road from Route 66 to Ryan Road, and to Florence Road from the East Hampton Town Line to Route 66. So that's a total of almost 5 miles of roadway. That again, all of these roadways were last completely reconstructed in 2009, 2010. We've been engaged in crack sealing. We've tried to address some of the alligator surface cracking that has happened over the last decade. But what happens is the road starts to crack, water infiltrates, it expands, it contracts, it expands, it contracts. And, after 15 or 20 years, you end up with a scenario like we had on many of our major arterial routes throughout the city. So this is a very cost-effective way to protect the city's investment in these major thoroughfares. We're talking 5 miles of major arterial roadway here, where if we do nothing, we can expect in the next 5 to 10 years to be talking about a major reconstruction project again. If we apply this treatment 10 years from now, we would expect these roadways to be in very similar or potentially better condition than they are in today. So we would not have to have a conversation about reconstructing them or funding that reconstruction for decades. So that is the paving proposal for this year. And as part of that, we have carefully reviewed the roadway geometry. We have looked at right-of-way width. We will be making improvements for bicyclist safety. We believe that we have appropriate right-of-way to install bike lanes on portions of Route 66 and on portions of Florence Road. I do not believe we have sufficient right-of-way on West Farms Road for bike lanes. because we've only got about 24 feet of pavement width there, and bicycle lane requires 5 feet. So mathematically, without expanding the footprint of that pavement, we will not be able to install dedicated bike lanes, but we certainly can install signage and shared use markings. So we definitely have an eye towards creating a more continuous bicycle network, particularly on these major roadways.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Let's see. I am a taskmaster here. Let's see. Did that one. No, we didn't do this one. 22.035, in order to appropriate $291,000 from capital stabilization to various capital projects. All right, let's pull this sucker up. Okay. He ordered that pursuant to the capital improvement program, the following capital projects be appropriated from the FY 2023 from the capital stabilization fund. I'm really getting tired here, guys, but okay. Central services, city, Florence Fire Station expansion renovation, $25,000. Planning and sustainability, picture Main Street, $200,000. Building department, replace 2013 inspection vehicle, small all-wheel drive hybrid SUV, $31,000. Northampton Public Schools, double convection oven unit, NHS cafeteria, $10,000. Northampton Public Schools, district-wide conduct facilities assessment for greenhouse gas emissions, NHS, JFK, Ryan Road, $10,000. Northampton's Public Schools intercom clock controller, $15,000 for a total of $291,000. Mayor.
Hello. Sorry, I'm flipping through my book trying to get to one of these, but and do you have any questions on them?
No.
Councilor Foster.
I do, just one, Mayor. The $200,000 appropriation for Picture Main Street, I'm just wondering what part of that project that's going toward.
Oh my goodness. Director Biden left in me. Okay, hold on, let me pull it up. And Director Nardi, if you're still here and can jump in faster than me, go ahead.
Pardon me, Mayor, I can speak to this.
Bless you. Thank you.
This will continue to fund portions of the design.
Thank you.
Yeah, I asked council, I spoke to Director Fiden before the meeting. I had the same question, Councilor Foster. And this is to pay for the consultant for the next 2 years as we continue to work with the MassDOT as they're designing the project for downtown. So this is funding our portion of the work. Councilor Moulton.
The first item, the Florence Fire Station expansion renovation, is that $25,000 for a study of possible expansion or renovation needs?
Sorry,
I don't know the answer to. Mayor, you're going to have to handle this one.
Yep, I'm working on it. It looks like the study has already happened on it. So, oh, this is for the main fire. Yes. This has already been studied. So this is to do the actual work on expanding that parking lot. So right now there's not, I think I think Chief Davin talked about this when we were over
Yes.
there at Fire Rescue, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, paving, well, paving and expanding, right?
Right. Right now, they don't have sufficient room in that lot for, I think, all of their various vehicles. And so this would be to expand that lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and when there's trainings, I think also there's just not enough room for the cars that are coming for the trainings.
Or for the council tours.
That too.
Okay, Councilor
Councilor
Jarrett.
Nash?
Yeah.
So that is not in Florence. This refers to the Florence Fire Station.
Right.
Right,
Right? You're right. Thank you. Okay.
right. But I remember that I'm talking about expanding the Florence station via paving.
Yeah, because that was mentioned.
Yeah. But you're right, there was a separate.
This is
problem
for a
with the
study.
parking lot. Yeah.
Yeah, so this first item is a study to look at how to address some of the issues that the Florence Station building is having and seeing what we could do to resolve those. There's accessibility issues about it in that building, and so they're trying to see whether there's a possibility to expand it on that lot. And how that they could make the facility accessible and yeah.
That's on page 130.
158 is the page.
158, yep.
It's 158. So looking at even the possibility of adding an additional story to that building.
So just to clarify, it is money for the study?
Correct.
All right. On to the next one. All right. We did that one. We did that one. Here we go.
Just a reminder that we don't have to read, you can read them aloud, but we've made it so you don't have to, President.
Yeah, at this point, it's really difficult, so that's helpful. So we have 22.036. I'm reading the right one. Yeah. To appropriate $25,000 from the cemetery trust in income for cemetery projects. I'll leave it at that per Councilor Maori's suggestion. And Mayor, this is an annual appropriation from the cemetery trust fund to help maintain our cemeteries, correct?
That is correct. So you see it continue through the years at 25,000. And we've been doing work to try and restore some of our older stones and, to keep our cemeteries, which are treasures, in good order. Director LaScalia, I don't know if you have anything to add to this.
I do. I just want to throw something in here. We talk about how adverse weather conditions are negatively impacting us, and storms are frequently more intense than we're accustomed to, and those actually have the capability to damage our cemeteries, as well as other facilities in the city. And an example of that is we had a particularly bad rain and windstorm last summer, which knocked over several stones in the Bridge Street Cemetery, and actually snapped them right in half. Some of the older markers, which had been designated as a priority 2 for restoration in the 2016 Bridge Street Cemetery study. But one bad windstorm did a considerable amount of damage. to those old markers. So a lot of times we take damage in places that that folks aren't necessarily aware of, and this money will help us to recover from that.
Okay. On to the next one. 22.037, in order to appropriate parking receipts, reserved funds for parking projects. Replace the 2001 Bobcat skid steer loader, electric, $40,000. Replace the PEO vehicle, 2015 Nissan Leaf, $31,000. Oh, parking enforcement officer.
Yes. So the PEO vehicle I talked about earlier. So, we've been using Leafs, Nissan Leafs, all electric for a while for the PEOs. They've been great vehicles for them. And they obviously, a vehicle is really important for that work. They actually don't rack up very high miles. And so they are kind of on a plan where they purchase a new one fairly regularly, but this is a perfect example of a vehicle that we then can pass on to another department that needs one, and can have one that's had some sort of, had some use. And in this case, it's kind of low mileage, sort of lighter use. So a Nissan Leaf is now going to the health department because they needed a vehicle. They had sort of spec'd out a different one. And then I suggested that they get a Leaf, and it seems like we could get it to fit what their needs were. So they are going to be inheriting one from the PEOs. And then the skid steer loader is an electric vehicle that is, I think what we're replacing is not electric. So this one is going to be now electric.
Councillor Foster.
Forgive me, because it's 12:30 and this might not be a fully formed thought, but I think we'll be able to follow for a second. I really appreciate the move toward electric vehicles wherever possible. And one thing I was mulling over, looking at the number of electric vehicles that would be eligible for tax credits, it just got me wondering, because I'm assuming a municipal purchase of an electric vehicle, right, that there wouldn't be eligibility for the tax credits that a private buyer would be eligible for, which actually can increase, like a private buyer buying a $31,000 Nissan Leaf is actually going to save in Massachusetts $9,000 in taxes on that. And it just got me thinking about the project for some of the rooftop solar we've seen at some of the local nonprofits and on the senior center and some of the schools, where actually that sort of a public-private partnership where those tax credits have been saved by a private buyer and then reinvested into something for the public good. I do not have the bandwidth at 12:30 in the morning to set something like that up, but I'm just throwing that out there as we transition to more electric vehicles and those tax credits are out there. I don't know if there might be some real creative work that could be done around that.
That's a fascinating suggestion. I don't know if it's anything that fits within how we have to do municipal purchasing. Director Nardi, I don't know if that's something you feel like you could weigh in at 12:30 on, but.
Sorry. Yeah, so no, but I do know that in speaking with Chris Mason, our energy officer, for all of the electric vehicles, we are applying for state grants through Green Communities. So I know for at least all of the electric vehicles, I think it's like $5,000 per vehicle we'll get back for the electric vehicles. And I also know there's stuff out there when we start talking about electric buses and stuff like that, there's money out there for that as well. But as far as what you're talking about, I'm not familiar.
Councillor Elkins.
I was going to say, one of the things I learned when I was on the capital improvements committee in the fall that I thought was interesting is that parking, you can't, funds that are brought in through parking and parking tickets and things like that have to be spent on parking stuff. And I have a vision wherein we all of the city cars, vehicles, as many as we can, come in through the parking department and then cycle through other departments as the entry point. I imagine really fancy electric pickup trucks for the DPW. That first they spend a year of their life getting very low mileage and giving out parking tickets. Hopefully not to me. But I thought that was interesting. Like it is just a place that's an entry point for some creative ways of getting vehicles into our fleets through this mechanism that we can only spend on parking. So, and that's all I got at whatever time it is.
Well, we're getting more creative as we get tired here. This is great. Okay, any more on that one? On to the next. Here we go. 22.038, in order to appropriate gift fund balance to JFK Energy Management System upgrades. And that's pretty much the order right there. Oh, let's see. Pursuant to the capital improvement program, $50,000, which is a balance from FY 2020 to be appropriated from the gift fund to the JFK Energy Management Systems upgrade.
So this was actually $50,000 that had remained from another gift from Smith College. So we thought that this would be a good use also within our public school systems to apply it to this project.
Okay. Seeing no questions and bleary eyes, I'll go to the next. 22.039, in order to appropriate 2.06 million in free cash to various projects. All right, come up there. In order to appropriate, all right. I'll go down the list here. Central services, municipal building, replace boiler, $100,000. Central services for the city, main fire headquarters, parking lot expansion, $200,000. Central services, city, DPW administration, install building ventilation systems, $95,000. Dispatch, priority dispatch, emergency fire software, $50,000. Information technology services, UPS system replacement for NPS, $30,000. Fire rescues, SCBA replacement, $96,000. Fire rescue hose and equipment, $110,000. Police department, 4 hybrid marked cruisers, $289,823. Police department unmarked Ford utility hybrid, $55,855. Police department Ford Ranger with insert for animal control, $59,202. Northampton Public Schools, district-wide school maintenance van, $65,000. Northampton Public Schools, Jackson Street, ventilation and greenhouse gas emissions upgrades, $50,000. Northampton Public Schools, boy, this is going on and on. Leeds ventilation, $60,000. Northampton Public Schools, JFK, energy management upgrades, $50,000. Northampton Public Schools, Ryan Road, hot water heating upgrades, $100,000. Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School sidewalk replacement repair, $149,900. $149,900. Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School replacement windows, $50,000. Smith Vocational and Agricultural Building C ventilation, $149,900. Department of Public Works Parks Improvements, $75,000. Department of Public Works Sidewalks, $200,000. Department of Public Works Traffic Calming, $25,000. Total of $2,000,000 $60,000, or yeah, $60,680. It was a good list to read. Mayor.
I mean, I will field questions. I don't know that you want me to go through all of these one by one at this time. I'm not sensing it. Some of these, we've sort of covered a different, somewhat during the hearing. Director Lascali has talked about some of these. I talked about how traffic calming, this is only half of the funding. There's another 25,000 that's coming from cash capital. A lot of these are trying to, the ventilation and greenhouse gas emissions. We heard someone talked about it at public comment. The energy management system upgrades. A lot of these are, moving us towards getting these buildings to a place where they can be carbon neutral.
Councilor Gore.
I'm just wondering, since the police cruisers are on this free cash spending, if we should send it to the finance committee for further public comment or not, since there was so much public comment on the police cruisers in the capital improvement program.
Okay. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I mean, that when weighing the options about where to send it, I mean, part of sending it to finance, besides a deeper dive, is more interfacing with giving more opportunity to the public to interface with the agenda item. So I hear that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, so if we're looking for more, a place for more public input, that's true. That would do that. Or, or if other councilors would prefer.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, I'd like to see this also go to Finance Committee, because I think we need to hear some more public comment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to weigh in here, and I'm going to sound a lot like Councilor Dwight. We just did a public hearing where people had unlimited time to speak to any of the matters part of the capital improvement program. And yes, there was a lot of comment around especially one of the items on this particular financial order. And that my sense is that we've provided ample opportunity to hear input on this. We can send it out to committee, but we've actually just conducted a public hearing and on this matter, and we heard from a number of people who would not like to see us spend any money on cruisers, and but I think our job is to also make a decision based on there's lots of people who weren't in the room tonight to say, hey, we want you to buy the cruisers. And I don't think if we go to finance, we're going to hear from those folks. Anyway, it's all to say, I think we've done the task that was around doing the outreach, that we've met that standard here. But so that's my thoughts. Councilors. Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I would agree. We've certainly heard quite a bit of public comment. I'd say it should be referred if we think that we might want to make a change or have a, because the finance committee will make a recommendation regarding it. And I'll just say, although I am firmly in support of reducing the scope of policing, I don't think we're ready to do that because of where we don't have the other departments up. And while we have a department, they should have vehicles that function. So although I certainly heard and agree with many of the concerns that were expressed tonight, and so I don't see, I wouldn't advocate for a change, but if that's something that we want to consider, then I think that would be appropriate to refer. Although the only place we can make a change, actually, we can only vote this up or down. The only place we can make a change would be in the actual capital improvement plan, a program, and so.
Oh, right.
It's true. Mhm. It's true. We can't vote up. We gotta vote down.
Right.
Counselor Nash?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Please feel free to shout out at this point. Counselor Elkin.
It's okay. I was just going to say, it seems to me that for the purpose of further, that under the council rules, going to finance, whatever we send is for the purpose of a recommendation. Further public comment or discussion of it is part and parcel of the meeting that it goes to. But I think sending it for that purpose is kind of beyond what's contemplated by the sort of scope of the assignment when we send it to committee for a specific purpose. So and the motion is on the floor to send it as I know we're going through them, but to send it as a package. So unless somebody's going to offer a sort of friendly amendment to pull something out, I guess I would suggest we continue to move on through the description of the financial orders. And if somebody wants to offer that, although candidly, I'm not open to that friendly amendment.
You're not open to what, Counselor?
A friendly amendment to pull out to pull out one order. I mean, we could vote up or down my motion, but if we wanted to do that, I would prefer that we go forward for a separate motion after the motion were voted down.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, I would respectfully disagree about the mission of the subcommittees. I mean, we made it clear that the subcommittees are where we have given the flexibility for public interaction. That said, I'm not actually, saying that's what needs to happen, but I would just say, if that's what Councilor Gore was thinking, that I do think that is an appropriate use of the subcommittees. But what Councilor Garrett brought up is true about amending and what we can do, if the thinking is that it was to amend, that would be, as Councilor Garrett said, that's the capital improvement program.
Right.
Just to clarify.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's keep going. And Councilor Foster.
Sorry, I hope it's okay. I just, Counselor Gore, do you mind if I ask just a clarifying, was your recommendation for further discussion and engagement, or was it for purposes of amending, just so that we know that as we go through? I just wanted to give a chance to hear that.
I think it was for further discussion and then to see what the finance committee would recommend. I don't really know the whole procedure, so.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we really heard what your recommendation was. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to keep moving through these, and once we're at the end, if we want to decide anything, we can talk then. And, all right, which one do I have here? They did that one. 22.040, in order to reprogram unused funds to OPS and NPS projects. Pursue a capital improvement program, 30,000 from the plan comprehensive planning account to be reprogrammed to the planning and sustainability shared use path project, 30,000 from the plan comprehensive planning account be reprogrammed for planning and sustainability tax title properties project, 11,276 from the NPS point of sale upgrade to be reprogrammed for the Northampton Public Schools dishwasher for the NHS kitchen, 50,000 from the NPS electric upgrade of AC units be reprogrammed for the district-wide conduct facilities assessment for greenhouse gas emissions, NHS, JFK, and Ryan Road.
Any questions?
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I had a question. We actually talked earlier, Mayor, about the shared use paths and leveraging grants. My
Yes.
question was, are we at the limit of those grants? So to explain, we leverage grants many times what we put in for these purposes, for these shared multi-use trails. And if we put in more money, are we going to leverage even more grants? Or is these are all the grants we're going to get? I don't know if you're able to talk to Director Fiden about that. If not,
I told him that you had a question on this. And I thought that he would still be here at this time. I probably didn't think it would be at 12:49. So I'm sorry that I don't have that answer for you. He knows that you have a question on it.
Okay.
So I can certainly connect you with him, or you can connect yourself with him to get that answered. I don't know that answer. Director Nardi, I don't know if you know it.
Yeah, Mayor, just reading what Director Fiden had put in his, he said the small city investment leverage a huge investment of state and federal funds. So I believe like these smaller investments, he is allowed to put on when he goes for grants. So I know he's going for grants for all of these, and we need to always kind of match that or show our also investment. So it makes the grant, the grant application more favorable.
Great. Yeah, I'll follow up with him, and also about my tax title question.
Thank you. I did also give him a heads up that you had that question.
Okay. Next, nobody's stopping me. 22.041, in order to appropriate $31,000 from the state earmark to support DCC for electric vehicle. Yeah, so this is $31,000 for the Department of Community Care to purchase an electric vehicle. Mayor.
Right. So I talked about this a little bit already. This comes from that state earmark that that Senator Comerford secured for us. As I said, exactly which vehicle is to be decided. We sort of plugged in a leaf there that you see that's the same amount as we had for an ACO leaf, because ideally we'd like it to be an electric vehicle. And so this is still very kind of rough, but as I said, I wanted to make sure that there was sort of a place held for a vehicle to get the department started. And so as we sort of determine what the needs would be for that vehicle, this very well may change, and I will have to come back for further appropriation, but I wanted to have that sort of placeholder for, a first vehicle to begin operations, or to begin sort of pilot of operations, and then have us sort of figure out what works and what kind of vehicle is needed.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to keep going until people stop me. All right, here we go. 22.042, in order to appropriate $137,500 from sale of land RRA account for Ice Pond Nature-Based Solution Project. Appropriate sale of land. Yeah, it basically says the same thing in the order. And Mayor, I actually kind of know what this is.
Would you like to speak to it?
I'll give it a shot. I talked to Director Fiden about this as well before the meeting. And this has to do with it's basically, there's an old ice pond near Ice Pond Road. We use it for stormwater retention. It had me thinking about, we had done an easement a number of years ago so that this project could move forward. And this is to expand the capabilities of that area to hold stormwater. And so without, but we could wake Director Fiden up and he'd give a better answer, but but that's what this is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This time of night, we have to lean on each other.
Yeah, well, we're doing it. Okay, so now.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Nash, Councilor Foster.
Okay,
No,
I'm sorry, Councilor Foster.
Even worse, I'm going to take us back in time, one financial order previously.
Yeah.
Mayor Shara, that the earmark from Senator Comerford for the Department of Community Care, that this appropriation for the electric vehicles is coming out of. My question for you is, does that earmark have a clock on it? Like, does it need to be used by the end of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so we are trying, that's why we're pulling it out of that, to make sure that we expend those funds first.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And it was like $150,000, right?
Correct.
Okay. Spend. Okay. All right, so that is your group of 11 financial orders related to the capital improvement program. Right now, there's a motion on the floor to send these forward to the consent agenda at the, right? Is there a motion out there? I forgot. That's, Laura, do you remember?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and so any discussion on sending these to the consent agenda? Councilor Jarrett.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to say I do, if there are a number of counselors who would like to have further discussion on an item in finance, it's something that I would support, even though just because I want them to have that time, even though I don't personally feel the need for any of these. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Anybody else? Well, I would like to add that while this is going on the consent agenda, I fully anticipate us to pull these items out to have a deeper discussion about them next time around. But that's per our rules, that's the folder they can go in right here. So in fact, I'll just say it right here. I don't plan to vote for yes on these as part of the consent agenda. I expect to pull them out so we can do a review. All right, anyone else? All right, so we have a motion on the floor, no more discussion to send 11 items to the consent agenda. Roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
And Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that goes to the consent agenda. How is everybody doing? You keep going, one more?
We're waiting for our pizza.
I'm coming over there.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I would like to do the next one because it has a timely referral, which is our order for special legislation. But I wonder if the council would consider just simply delaying to the next meeting, everything in ordinances, zoning ordinances, and our interim procedure question. Unless there is something that is truly timely. These are the face surveillance system review, the housekeeping changes to the general ordinances, the beverage service at farm stands, the housekeeping to the zoning ordinance, and then our interim procedure question. To me, all those things seem like we could just take them up the next meeting. I don't think we do ourselves a good, or the city a good service to try to make important decisions when it's really late at night and we can tell we're fading. So I just put that out as a query to the council.
Councillor Foster.
I would like to concur, Councillor Jarrett. I actually was thinking of asking the same thing. I don't think we do our best work this late at night.
Okay. So we're looking at, just to be clear, we have number 11, we have the special legislation, we have number 13A and B, the facial recognition, housekeeping changes. Then we have 15A and B, yeah, the beverage service and more housekeeping changes. And then it's 17, my checklist here. Oh yeah, that has to do whether or not we're going to be remote or not. I think that's a great idea.
I don't care.
I just wanted to be clear about what we're going to be tackling next time.
Yeah, but I do want to do 11A.
11A, okay. All right, 11A is, okay, 11A, so facial recognition.
No.
No.
Face surveillance.
Special legislation.
Oh,
Yeah, special legislation.
thank you. All right, my vision is getting blurry. All right, yeah, here we go. 22.043, in order for special legislation to prohibit landlords and brokers from requiring brokers' commissions to be paid by a tenant or prospective tenant. I'm not going to
Councillor
read all
Nash,
of them.
I'm happy to help read it, and perhaps some of the other sponsors are.
Councillor Jarrett, I'm going to completely take you up on that. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So ordered that, whereas in August 2019, the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, PVPC, in conjunction with the Northampton Housing Partnership, issued its report Unlocking Opportunity, an assessment of barriers to fair housing in Northampton. And whereas 2/3 of the landlords in the PVPC study engaged rental brokers whose commissions are paid by the prospective tenant, most of which were at or above 60% of the monthly rent. And whereas the PVPC report found that such rental commissions, along with the necessity of paying first month's rent, last month's rent, and security deposit, constitute significant barriers to fair housing in the city. And whereas among the items in the PVPC report action plan to mitigate this barrier to fair housing in the city is for the city to, quote, address barrier created for tenants by rental agency finder's fee requirement. And whereas under section 7.5 of the Home Rule Amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution, Amendment Article 89, the city may not enact private or civil law governing civil relationships, and therefore the city may not regulate the civil contractual relationship between a landowner and a rental broker as to the party paying the commission or fee to such broker. And whereas in the report of the 2020 Special Committee for Review of Ordinances, the committee called upon the city to petition the legislature for a special act prohibiting the charging of rental commissions to prospective tenants. Now therefore be it ordered, voted to petition the general court to the end that legislation be adopted precisely as follows. The general court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill unless the mayor approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the general court. the mayor is hereby authorized to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of this petition. Shall I keep reading co-sponsors?
Yeah. Joe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to finish.
You're
it
on
off.
a roll. Keep going.
So this is an act prohibiting landlords and brokers from requiring brokers' commissions to be paid by a tenant or prospective tenant, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives and General Court assembled, and by the authority of the same as follows. Section 1. No licensed real estate broker or other person or entity engaged in the rental or leasing of residential real estate in the city of Northampton as agent of the landowner, landlord, lessor, or sublessor shall demand, receive, or retain any payment, fee, commission, or other charge from a tenant or prospective tenant for any services on behalf of such landowner, landlord, lessor, sublessor for the listing, showing, qualifying of prospective tenants, preparation and execution of documents, or otherwise arising out of the leasing of a residential rental unit in such city. Section 2, no landowner, I'll just say etc., shall demand or require that a tenant or prospective tenant engage a rental agent or broker as a condition to applying for or leasing a residential rental unit in the city of Northampton, and no such landowner, etc., shall demand or require that a tenant or prospective tenant make any payment in violation of Section 1 of this Act. Section 3, violation of this act shall constitute an unfair or deceptive act or practice in the conduct of a trade or commerce in violation of Section 2A of Chapter 93A. Section 4, the city of Northampton may, by ordinance, establish a fine or penalty for violation of this act not to exceed $1,000 per violation. This act shall take effect upon passage. I can just speak to this briefly, and then Councilor Maori and Mayor Shara can speak as well. So when I served on the Housing Partnership, we assisted the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission in creating this, the Unlocking Opportunity Report. And we found that the cost of housing itself is a major concern, but so is the upfront cost, because you've got your first, your last, security, and 60%, are now we're seeing as much as 75% of 1 month's rent paid by the tenant to the broker. And so in a study that was done in the greater Boston area, which was entitled Qualified Renters Need Not Apply, significant discrimination was found against those holding housing vouchers. And this won't address that issue, but just requiring these fees could have the effect of pricing out those with housing vouchers, as the broker's fees are not paid by those vouchers. So we can see some significant discrimination against folks with housing vouchers, like Section 8 vouchers, et cetera, just from the price. So this will transfer the cost to landlords. I understand that cost may be passed on, but it would be spread out over the lease period and be much less of a barrier. And given that we've seen a tremendous increase in rental rates, that this increase is primarily driven by supply and demand and not the actual cost of running a property, I believe that this is a cost that can be absorbed better by a landlord than by a tenant. So Councilor Maori and I serve on community resources, and along with members of the Housing Partnership, we plan to do significant outreach to tenants groups, landlord groups, and to rental real estate brokers to get their feedback on this before it comes back to us. We will be proposing, I guess I can go ahead and make a motion about it. Well, I'll wait till we have maybe a little discussion, but I will be making a motion to refer to the Housing Partnership, the Community Resources Committee, and then to Legislative Matters as the final committee to receive it. And those dates would likely be this Monday, March 7th for the Housing Partnership. It's already on their agenda. And then hopefully March 21st Community Resources meeting, if Councilor Perry, the chair, feels we can fit it in on that date, and then it would be the April 9th legislative matters. So that's my input on this. Councilor Maori, did you want to add?
I actually, I think you've really covered it, and Hannah and Ace really, Hannah really illustrated what it feels like to potential tenants to try to pay those fees, so I think that's been covered. I would just say, these are services that are provided for landlords free of charge. So really, to me, it's a fairness issue. And we all know how frustrating it is to try to address housing, the rising cost of housing in Northampton. And this is one thing we can do. And there's not a lot. This is one thing we can do. Thanks.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes, I mean, as Councilor Mary just said, Hannah and Ace did a really fantastic job, as did my two co-sponsors, of explaining the background and, the work behind this petition, as well as the need. We know that these fees can really absolutely make the difference between someone being able to attain housing or not being able to. So this is something that I had been working on with Councilors Jarrett and Maori as a counselor, and I'm very happy to continue working on it with them as mayor. For home rule petitions, it is a joint thing. You need both sides to agree. So I'm pleased to have my name on it with both of them, and very enthusiastic to move this forward and get it to the legislature. So thank you both for including me.
Thank you. Yeah, for being a part. So maybe if there's any other discussion, then can hear that.
Foster, then Councilor Labarge.
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank you for your advocacy and hard work and thoughtfulness to bring this forward, and to Hannah and Ace for coming to speak to it. And as has been stated so well, the housing costs in Northampton are something that there is a lot out of our control, and yet this is something in our control. It's something that concern about housing costs and the unaffordability of Northampton is something I hear repeatedly from constituents. I know it's something our city is tuned into and paying attention to. And just on a personal note, I've been on both sides of this issue. As a renter, I tried very hard to find apartments where I did not need to go through an agency, because that was a barrier. And then the first house that I bought was a multifamily house, and I did not work with an agency, and actually didn't charge security deposit. I just took first and last month rent, specifically because of the barrier those fees are to people moving in. And we can't really rely on the goodwill of people, or people who can, maybe afford to take that little risk. This is a great opportunity to codify a reduction in the upfront costs to move. And I think that's an incredibly important step to take. And, that it's been pointed out, yes, it could be absorbed in the rent. But if you have a $20 a month rent increase, where that fee may be absorbed, that's very different than trying to come up with 60 or 75% of your rent on top of your last month's rent and your security deposit and your first month's rent. Plus, don't forget you're actually moving, and there are costs associated with moving, even if it's, gas for the U-Haul and extra pizzas. It's not a free proposition in all of those ways of looking at it.
Okay, who was next? Councilor Labarge?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank the two councilors and now our mayor who's on it. And I'm very happy to see that it's going to housing partnership. And when is the date on that, Councilor Jarrett?
Monday, March 7th, this Monday.
What time?
5:30 p.m.
And I'm really happy about this connection of landlords and so forth like that. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Perry?
Thank you. I also want to echo the thanks to both the councilors and our mayor for bringing this forward. When Councilor Jarrett sent me an email about it, I was excited, as I think one of two people who currently rent in Northampton on this council. I know how hard it is to find affordable housing and places to rent. And as someone who, just in my capacity as a person who knows people, over the years, I have put many people in different houses and helped people find renting. And this issue of coming up with all the money has come up to me before. And I just wanted to say that I look forward to having this in community resources. So send it our way.
Anybody else? Councilor Jarrett.
So I move that we refer this to the Housing Partnership, Community Resources, and Legislative Matters.
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion on those referrals?
Just Councilor Perry, do you think we'll be able to take this up at our March 21st meeting? Just want to get the word out as soon as we can on that.
I think we should be able to, if everyone, I feel like it'll be nice for us to have a substantive meeting. So let's do it.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to refer to the Housing Partnership, Community Resources. What was the third one?
Legislative Matters.
Legislative Matters. And so Legislative Matters would be the last stop for it.
Yeah, so that'd be the April meeting. And then the earliest then we could take this up back at council would be our April 14th meeting.
Excellent. All right, you got the timelines all worked out. Thank you, Councilor Jarrett. Okay. So we're clear as to what the motion is. Any more discussion? Roll call, please. Laura.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay. That passes unanimously. Okay, so that means, which number was that? 13A?
That was 11.
President Nash.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that we're moving forward to that we're going to continue table until the next meeting. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just was, so the facial recognition, that's something we were probably going to refer out, but are you thinking, there would be a long discussion? I'm just trying to clear our roster, but I don't want to get into a substantive conversation, but if the feeling was, I've never done a review or been around for a review. So if it's a simple matter of just referring it out, we might want to clear it out, but if you think it's going to be more, then wait.
Councilor Maori, you have my appetite for getting stuff done. Yes, so my intention was to refer this, have this send it out to possibly both city services and community resources, and with the idea that both can have it for 90 days to do outreach and research. I think we have a timeline on this where, we're supposed to start reviewing it in December, but in my mind, I'm thinking that is kind of like a deadline, and we still we can really take our time with this and do plenty of outreach and research with this, and by referring it in this manner, when those committees have time in their agenda, that can be fit in. And also, I also want to put out that the ACLU is interested in coming and sharing their thoughts on this. I've talked with Javier and he and the ACLU are really interested in coming in and sharing ideas. They actually, part of the feedback I got the other day is that it's pretty good. We have a pretty good foundation, and that what we would be exploring is ways that we can possibly tighten it up. During recent discussions, there was license plate readers was mentioned. It's not license plate readers are not part of the current prohibition, although they're part of the description of the different technologies out there. So that's kind of a way we could clean things up. But I heard a big call for us to have this discussion, and this is, we have the foundation here, and it's up for review, and I think let's do the review. So my recommendation would be to refer to city services, community resources, and eventually back to legislative matters whenever those committees are done. So.
Well, since we're here, can I make a motion that we refer that question out as you just described, Counselor Nash?
Sure, that would be great.
I'm not as together as Counselor Jarrett, so I don't have the timeline, a timeline in front of me. But if we can clear it from the agenda tonight, that would be fantastic.
Well, and I'm going to take the opportunity to second your motion. And also I do want to say that that if there's good discussion and research going on, that I'm all about having if there's a need to extend the timeline, I'm fine with that. So that's what's on the floor. Any more discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm tempted to, we have two ordinances in zoning ordinances in second reading. Any appetite for taking these as a group?
I would like to take them I'll make a motion, I take them as a group.
Okay. Counselor Jarrett, is that what you were going to suggest?
No, I was going to suggest that we take these up next time. But if other folks are interested in, if you think there won't be any discussion about it, we could do it. But I'm definitely fading, and I don't want us to make decisions in this state.
At least we did the resolution. That was a long one.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to honor Counselor Jarrett's request, and that so we will table everything else, and thank you, everybody. This was a long agenda. We had a lot of work tonight, and there may be a few more like this coming down the pike over the next few months, but yeah, this was a big one. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Counselor Maori made the motion, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. No discussion. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yep.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.